Chapter 113. Circles of light flickered, and the huge body of the deep-sea nether snake appeared out of thin air. Compared to the last time they saw him, his body was at least twice as large, and there were 3 small bumps on his back. The deep-sea nether snake seemed a little emotional. No, this is absolutely right. The place we are in now should be the era of the ancient beasts. We have to start from the reincarnation fruit. I'm afraid even Xia doesn't know about this. Only an old guy like me, who has lived for nearly 10,000 years, would have an impression. A layer of red light and shadow was projected from Qi Yu's right arm, and Wen Ting, who was in a virtual state, appeared out of thin air. In the case of merging with Qi Yu, the energy of the giant beast living relic that she possessed completely entered Qi Yu's body, but her own energy was restrained. At this time, Wen Ting was also anxious to know the current situation, especially when she heard the deep-sea nether snake say that they were actually in the era of the ancient beasts. She immediately used her own energy and could not wait to appear. In this case, she could rely on the virtual image created by the energy to directly communicate with the outside world, and it would not affect Qi Yu's use of energy after the fusion. Of course, this situation would not happen when Qi was fighting, because at that time Wen Ting needed to completely focus on the state of energy fusion with Qi Yu, and absolutely could not be distracted. Wen Ting asked, "What is the reincarnation fruit? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Suddenly seeing the strange appearance of the deep-sea nether snake, after a short period of surprise, she quickly returned to normal. After all, part of the blood of the ferocious beasts flowed in her body. The deep-sea nether snake's deep eyes showed a trace of yearning, and it said indifferently, "This has to start from the era of the gods, which was earlier than the era of the ancient beasts. A long, long time ago our world appeared. Legend has it that it was created by the great god Pengu. Although this might not be true, during the era of the gods, there was indeed a group of incomparably powerful experts who were known as gods. Under the joint efforts of these great gods, our world was perfected, and that period was known as the Age of the Gods. During the Age of the Gods, whether it was your human ancestors or ancient beasts like us, they were all produced or created by the gods. During the Age of the Gods, there were many strange things. Among them, those that possess great power are known as divine artifacts. Although I have lived for 10,000 years, I am still very far away from the Age of the Gods. What I am telling you now is just a legend passed down by my ancestors. Among the many divine weapons, there was a very small part called the divine fruit. For example, among the ancient beasts, regardless of whether they were divine beasts or ferocious beasts, as long as they had the strongest bloodline, most of them would be the result of their ancestors consuming the divine fruit during the Age of the Gods. After the era of the gods ended and the gods disappeared for some unknown reason, these divine fruits disappeared along with them. Perhaps it was because the 2 great gods, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, almost destroyed this world and taught the Emperor Heaven a lesson. That was why he ordered the gods to leave. As for whether they are sealed somewhere or have left our world forever, I am not too sure. After the Age of the Gods, we entered the Age of the Ancient Beasts. It is also known as the Barbaric Age. You probably know what happened after that. Qi Yu asked in surprise, "Big Brother Nether Snake, do gods really exist in this world?" The deep-sea nether snake smiled bitterly. "Don't ask me that. I am only telling you the legends that I know. However, judging from the reincarnation fruit that you have encountered, I am afraid that the gods really do exist. The reason why I said so much is to tell you that the reincarnation fruit that you have encountered belongs to the Age of the Gods. It is one of the 3 great king fruits, and also the only forbidden fruit among the 3 great king fruits." Qi Yu and Wen Ting looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. What the deep-sea nether snake had said was indeed too mysterious for them. Qi Yu could understand the existence of the ancient beasts, but now that there was a god involved, they could not believe it. Qi Yu said, "Big Brother Nether Snake, continue. What is the effect of this forbidden fruit?" The deep-sea nether snake said, "As the name suggests, the reincarnation fruit naturally has the ability to reincarnate. According to the legend, the reincarnation fruit is the first forbidden fruit in the world. Its greatest effect is that it can produce extremely mysterious energy in an instant. With this energy, it can send anything into reincarnation. It is not the reincarnation of life and death, but the reincarnation of time and space. Back then, only the Emperor of Heaven could control the reincarnation fruit. According to the legend, the Emperor of Heaven used the reincarnation fruit to remove the ability of the condemned and then directly send them into the age of the ancient beasts countless years later. Therefore, there is a special spatial positioning mark on the reincarnation fruit. Once activated, it can randomly send all the surrounding creatures into the age of the ancient beasts. The reincarnation fruit exists as a god exiled by the Emperor of Heaven. You've seen what's happening in front of you. We're obviously not at the place where you dealt with the lizard. Therefore, there's only one explanation. The reincarnation fruit really exists, and we're at a place during the era of the ancient giant beasts." When Ting said, "If that is the case, since the Emperor of Heaven took away the god fruit when he took away the gods, how could we have encountered the reincarnation fruit? Moreover, how did you recognize it?" The deep-sea nether snake sighed and said, "Nothing is absolute. Although the Emperor of Heaven took away the gods and the god fruit, it is inevitable that there will be some omissions. My ancestor once left behind some of the god fruit's appearance. I did not feel it at the beginning. When the lizard finally smashed the reincarnation fruit and released its energy, the special feeling was exactly the same as what my ancestor had recorded. Coupled with the special shape of the reincarnation tree, I was sure that you had encountered the reincarnation fruit. Chiyu, Ming Ming, you are an auspicious Kirin. How could you be so unlucky? It's fine if you are unlucky, but why did you have to drag me down with you?" Chiyu glanced at the deep-sea nether snake and said indifferently, "Going back to the age of the ancient beasts won't do you any harm, right? Aren't the deep-sea nether snakes one of the most powerful races among the ferocious beasts? What do you have to worry about?" The deep-sea nether snake said angrily, "The problem is that I am in charge now. It can be said that my life is connected to yours. If we were in the sea, of course, there would be nothing to be afraid of. However, you must know that the number of ferocious beasts in the age of the ancient beasts is incomparable to yours. Now, the entire world belongs to the ancient beasts. You humans are still in the most primitive period. In this world, you may encounter powerful ferocious beasts or divine beasts at any time. Don't think that you can do anything just because you are Kirin. Given your current strength, if you encounter a slightly stronger one, I am afraid that you will die immediately. In the age of the ancient beasts, the strong survive and the weak perish. This is the law of nature. I don't need to teach you this, right?" Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Nothing is absolute. Although the reincarnation fruit is a forbidden fruit, as long as you don't eat it or destroy it, then it can produce a kind of purifying energy around it. It is the best assistance for all divine beasts and ferocious beasts to cultivate the NEI pill. If I encountered such a reincarnation fruit, I am afraid that I would have already entered the level of a 10,000-year ferocious beast. The green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard that you saw actually has a real cultivation of around 9,000 years. However, the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard, is only the most common ferocious beast race. Although its attack is not weak, it is very simple. However, you have also encountered it. Such a common ferocious beast can actually use the silver dragon cover of the 3 major forbidden techniques. This is naturally the effect of the reincarnation fruit. Therefore, do you think that it will not guard this treasure?" When Ting said, "What I want to know the most now is, how can we return to our world?" Chiyu nodded and said eagerly, "This is also what I want to know." The deep-sea nether snake crawled on the ground and said sadly, "From my point of view, this is almost impossible. Even if you find another reincarnation fruit, it will be useless. At most, you will only be able to go to another era of the ancient beasts. Chi frowned. He did not want to live in this era full of beasts. After all, the Zodiac guardian warrior needed him. In his own era, there were also his beloved women and friends. Moreover, with so many modern conveniences, who would want to return to the primitive world? He did not think that he could change this world. Senior Nether Snake, you just said that nothing is absolute. Why are you so sure now? With a flash of light and shadow, the energy form of Xiaji appeared out of thin air and landed beside the deep-sea Nether Snake. Chi Yu's eyes lit up and said, "In theory, there is a way to go back, but it is more difficult." Chi Yu hurriedly asked, "What is the way?" "It's better than nothing," Xiaji said. "Although I am not like the deep-sea Nether Snake who even knows what the legendary god fruit looks like, I also have some understanding of the era of the gods. During the era of the gods, there were the strongest 10 great gods, and among these 10 great gods, there was one that could travel through time and space. 10 great divine weapons? Brother Xiaji, why do I feel that it is getting more and more mysterious?" Chi Yu scratched his head and looked at the light and shadow of Xiaji. Xiaji said, "Since the god fruit exists, then the 10 great divine weapons probably also exist. In this case, there is a possibility that we can go back." The deep-sea Nether Snake said disdainfully, "You are dreaming. Do you think it is so easy to find the 10 great divine weapons? It's not like you don't know that, in the era of ancient behemoths, many mythological beasts and ominous beasts were looking for these divine weapons. I guess that the divine weapons have long been taken away by the Emperor of Heaven. Where can we find them?" Xiaji argued, "That's not necessarily true. You are an ominous beast, and I am a mythological beast. The experience passed down by us mythological beasts is different from yours. Although the Emperor of Heaven took the gods away from this world, he left the 10 great divine weapons behind. They are all in the most secret places. There are special results or mythological beasts guarding them. They are left in this world like a stabilizing force. Once there is any danger in our world, it is likely that the Emperor of Heaven will guide a hero to get a divine weapon to solve the problem." The deep-sea Nether Snake said disdainfully, "Are you making up a story? If that's the case, how can I not know?" Xiaji smiled and said, "Didn't I just say that it is because you are an ominous beast? Most of the ominous beasts are very greedy. If the Emperor of Heaven let you know this information, then would there still be peace in the era of the ancient beasts? Therefore, this matter is only known to the clan of the King of Mythological Beasts, which is the Kirin clan. Our ancestors, as the most loyal servants of the King of Mythological Beasts, Kirin, more or less know something about it. However, only the current clan leader of each generation of the Kirin clan knows the exact location." Hearing this, Chiyu thought about it and said, "Brother Xie, what you mean is that if we want to return to our original world, we must find the current clan leader of the Kirin clan and gain his trust. From him, we must learn the specific location of the 10 great divine weapons and find the one that can travel through time and space?" Xiaji nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I mean. The 10 great divine weapons are the most powerful treasures in the world. As long as you get one, you can almost have the power of the gods in the age of gods." Chi Yu asked, "What are these 10 great divine weapons?" Xiaji smiled slightly and said, "You have asked the right person. If it were someone else, I am afraid they wouldn't know." As he said this, he couldn't help but look at the deep-sea Nether Snake with some pride. The Nether Snake was dissatisfied and said, "What's there to be proud of? Before the end of the Age of Gods, wasn't the Emperor of Heaven biased towards you mythological beasts? If it weren't for the fact that the number of ominous beasts is far greater than that of mythological beasts, I am afraid we would have been destroyed by you." Xiaji ignored the deep-sea Nether Snake and looked at the eager eyes of Chi Yu and Wenting. His eyes showed reverence and slowly said, "The 10 great divine weapons of the ancient times include bell, sword, axe, pot, tower, zither, cauldron, seal, mirror, and stone. Among them, the bell refers to the Eastern Emperor Bell, known as the Gate of Heaven. Its specific power is unknown. It is generally rumored that it is the Gate of Heaven, but according to the ancient wall inscriptions left in the Tian Shan Grotto, the Eastern Emperor Bell is the most powerful of the 10 great divine weapons. It is enough to destroy the world and swallow the heavens. Qi Yu was flabbergasted as he said, "Destroy the heavens, destroy the earth, and devour the heavens. This is terrible. If someone has such a thing, isn't it equivalent to ruling the world?" Xie Zhi said, helplessly, "I don't know whether it is that powerful. I am just telling you what I already know. Most of these are just legends. According to my estimation, although the 10 great divine weapons must have a very huge power, but it is certainly not as terrible as the legends say." Wen Ting pulled Qiyu and said, "Don't interrupt Brother Xie. Brother Xie, please continue. What are the effects of the other divine weapons?" Xie said, "After the bell is the sword. It is known as the first sword of all times, the Xianyuan sword. It has the strongest attack power. It is a golden ancient sword that is thousands of years old. Legend has it that it was given to your human ancestor, the Xianyuan Huang Emperor, to defeat Qiyu. It contained boundless power and was a divine sword used to slay demons and exterminate demons. Amongst the 10 great divine weapons, the Eastern Emperor Bell is ranked first. However, the strongest divine weapon publicly acknowledged by us, the ancient beasts, is the Xianyuan sword. This is because even though the Eastern Emperor Bell exists in legends, it has never displayed its true power. But the power of the Xianyuan sword is recognized." Qi Yu listened with fascination. He and Wen Ting did not interrupt and quietly listened to Xie. The third of the 10 great divine weapons is the axe, Pango axe. It can travel through the void. Legend has it that at the beginning of the world, Pango woke up from his sleep. Seeing that the world was dark, he took a huge axe and split the sky and earth. Since then, our world has been created. This axe has the power to split the sky and earth and travel through the void. Its power is no less than the Xianyuan sword. Hearing this, Qiyu could not help but interrupt. "So, Pango axe is the divine weapon we are looking for." Xie shook its head and said, "Don't worry. Pango axe is one of the strongest offensive weapons. Although it can break through the void, it can't travel through time and space. Therefore, the divine weapon you are looking for is not it. Of course, if you can get the Xianyuan sword or Pango axe, I am afraid that you can do whatever you want in this era of ancient behemoths. But this possibility is very small. That was because the top 3 god weapons had the strongest seals and protection. Not to mention you. Even if you gather the power of the whole Kirin clan, you may not be able to break the seal. Only the fated people can really get them. And this situation can only happen under the premise that our world is in a great crisis." Wen Ting said, "Brother Xie, then you continue. The next one should be the pot." "What is the pot?" Xie smiled and said, "Although the top 3 divine weapons are powerful, the one that the ancient beasts are most afraid of is the demon refining pot, which is ranked 4th. The demon refining pot. It has the ability to refine all things. In ancient times, it was called the Jili pot. It is one of the ancient treasures. It has incredible power. It is said that it can create all things, and it also has amazing destructive power. There's a strange space inside. The space is so big that it seems to be able to contain the world. It has an excellent effect on devouring beasts. At the same time, it can also devour a lot of energy and store it. If the top 3 divine weapons play a destructive role, then this demon refining pot can imprison and refine. In a sense, it is more powerful than a simple attack." As he said this, he also glanced at the deep-sea nether snake next to him. The deep-sea nether snake said angrily, "What are you looking at? If you can find the demon refining pot, I will let you refine it." However, the demon refining pot is second only to the Eastern Emperor Bell. It is one of the rarest divine weapons in the world. Moreover, not everyone can use the demon refining pot. Xie Ji said, Senior Nether Snake, there is something wrong with what you said. Not only the demon refining pot, but any of the top 10 divine weapons can't be used casually. It can only be used when it recognizes its owner or when there is an extremely coincidental opportunity. Next, I will give you the fifth one. The fifth of the top 10 divine weapons is the Haoqian Pagoda. It has the ability to absorb the stars and change the moon. It was originally a treasure of the heaven realm. It has a vast power. It is said that it can subdue all demons and evil spirits. When necessary, it can also subdue immortals and gods. Because of the disappearance of the Haoqian Pagoda, as far as I know, although the Emperor of Heaven said that the top 10 divine weapons were left in the world, they were not complete. Some of them did not exist. This Haoqian Pagoda is probably one of them. The deep-sea nether snake said, I am afraid it is normal that there is no one. What you know and what I know are just legends. Xie Ji said, then we can only pray. As long as some of the legends are true, it is possible for us to return to our original world. Qi Yu was eager to know which divine weapon could help them return to their original world. He could not help but say, Brother Nether Snake, do you want Xie Ji to finish speaking? Xie Ji continued, the sixth one is the zither. Its full name is Fushi Zither. It glows with a gentle white light. Its sound can make people feel peaceful and peaceful. It is said that it has the mysterious power to control the mind of all things. It is said that Fushi's mind control ability is irresistible. The seventh one is the cauldron, Shinnong Cauldron. It has the effect of refining immortal medicine. In ancient times, Shinnong tasted all kinds of herbs for the common people and laid the foundation of medicine for later generations. In the past, Shinnong refined the ancient cauldron of hundreds of medicines. Because of the accumulation of countless elixirs for thousands of years, it is said that it can refine unparalleled magic medicine that even the gods in the heaven realm could not easily obtain. It also hides other mysterious powers. The eighth one is the seal, Kongtong Seal. It is the source of the Fountain of Youth. It is the guardian divine weapon of the undead dragon clan on the Kongtong Sea. It is engraved with the appearance of the 5 Emperor of Heaven and has a jade dragon coiling around it. Since ancient times, it has been said that the person who obtains it can have the world. Some people also say that it can make people immortal. Since ancient times, many necromancers have gone out to sea to find the seal, but in the end, they only embarked on the road of no return. The jade seal of later generations was modified because of Kongtong, but it has been separated from the original Kongtong seal form. And the 9th one is the divine weapon we need to find. The 9th one should be the mirror, right? Qi Yu asked. Xie Ji nodded and said, yes, the 9th is the Kunlun mirrors, which has the ability to travel through time. In the Kunlun Heavenly Palace in the Kunlun Mountains, the hometown of the immortals, legend has it that there is a divine mirror that has the ability to travel through time and space freely. However, during a grand meeting of the immortals, the divine mirror was stolen and its whereabouts are unknown. Therefore, I don't know if the Kunlun mirrors, like the Haoqian Pagoda, has long been lost. However, the Kunlun mirrors are our only hope of going back. Only it has the ability to travel through time and space. Let me mention the last one, by the way, the Nuwa stone, which can resurrect and regenerate. The mother of mankind, Nuwa, needed earth to create humans, refine stones to mend the sky, and help the human race subdue many demons. Since ancient times, she has been admired by the people of the divine prefecture and respected by the descendants of Yen and Huang. It is said that in order to save her beloved daughter who died of illness, Nuwa poured her 10,000 years of cultivation into a colorful jade stone that was left over from men the sky in the past. Since then, the spiritual stone has a special power. Speaking of this, I have finished introducing the 10 great artifacts. It can be said that any ancient artifact we find will have great benefits. However, the Kunlun mirrors are our real goal. I think that the most important thing now is to adapt to the environment in this period. Under the premise of ensuring our safety, we should try our best to find them. Chiyu, this is not like our original world. Now, you only have 1 hour to fight every day. Adapt to this place first, and strive to restore your strength as soon as possible. Contact the mythological beasts. It's best to contact the Kirin clan. This is our way out. Without the help of the mythological beasts, let alone finding the Kunlun mirrors, even our lives can't be guaranteed. Chiyu nodded and said, I understand. Now, this environment is very strange to us. Only by working together can we grasp that faint glimmer of hope. Well, Brother Xie, Brother Nether Snake, both of you can go back. If there are any problems, I will look for you again. Xie said, I will definitely go back. As for Senior Nether Snake, it's better to let it stay outside. Maybe it can help you. Although its strength is not strong now, after all, it has a strong foundation in the past. Although coming to the era of the ancient behemoths is a tragedy for us, there are also good things. Don't you feel that in this era, the energy molecules in the air are far richer than in our time? Cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, as long as Senior Nether Snake goes to a place with water, he should have a better way to recover. Deep Sea Nether Snake said, Well, I will stay outside. However, Chiyu, now, you and I can be said to be one. If we kill the beasts, you can share some with me. Chiyu was stunned and said, What do you mean? Deep Sea Nether Snake smiled and said, Although I can't learn the ability of Kirin that belongs to you, the Devour skill that you recently learned is very good. Although I can't fully master it, I can more or less get some superficial knowledge. Chiyu was surprised and said, This means that you can also absorb the energy of the beasts. Deep Sea Nether Snake shook its head and said, Not all of them. However, as long as it is a water attribute beast, I can devour it like you. Chiyu was never a stingy person. He smiled slightly and said, This is not a problem. As long as we kill the water attribute beast, you can devour it. Deep Sea Nether Snake's huge eyes suddenly lit up. It smiled and said, If that's the case, as long as my luck is not too bad, maybe it will not take long for me to return to my previous level. Now, I suddenly feel that it seems good to return to this era. With a flash of light and shadow, Xie had returned to Chiyu's body. At this time, Chiyu felt that a lot of energy in his body had been consumed, so he quickly cancelled the fusion with Wenting. A red light lit up, and the phantom image of Wenting gradually became solid in the process of fusion with the body, and Chiyu's right arm disappeared again. Wenting said, Let's take a rest for a while. I have gone outside and observed briefly before. There seems to be no danger nearby. Chiyu, you should absorb the NEI pill first, and then we will consider what to do. Chiyu nodded and walked into the cave with Wenting. Deep Sea Nether Snake was obviously in a good mood and took the responsibility of guarding them. Chiyu and Wenting came to the inner cave and saw the snow girl on the ground. Only then did he remember that he and Wenting were not the only ones who came this time. Looking at the snow girl, he could not help but have a headache. He could not kill her. After all, half of the snow girl's soul also called him father. However, if it were not for the snow girl, he and Wenting would not have been brought to this era by the reincarnation fruit because of the green phosphorus tree splitting lizard's last attack. Speaking of which, she was the culprit. When Chiyu left, the snow girl's eyes were closed. At this time, she had opened them, but the cold light in her eyes was much weaker. She looked at Chiyu, and there was even a trace of fear in the depths of her eyes. Chiyu said impatiently, Beauty, are you satisfied this time? You must have heard what we said outside just now. Now we have returned to the era of ancient beasts tens of thousands of years ago. Do you still want to kill me? Let alone you, we can't go back either. If you did not sneak attack me at the end, maybe we would have already started to travel around the country. Do you hate me that much? It's like I raped you. Thinking of the 2 sneak attacks by the snow girl, Chiyu's heart was filled with anger. Wen Ting lightly touched Chiyu and walked to the side of the snow girl. She said softly, "Don't blame him." At this time, everyone is in a bad mood. But since things have already happened, there is no point in blaming you. I think you also do not want to stay in this era forever. So, now if we want to grasp the only chance to go back, we must work together. Chiyu was right. From the start until now, we did not have the slightest bit of hostility towards you. Perhaps you have received some strong stimulation in the past, and that is why you are so unreasonable. But in this situation, we have no other choice. The snow girl looked at Wen Ting, and there was a light of hesitation in her eyes. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Okay, I will cooperate with you." Chiyu walked to the side of the snow girl, squatted down, and said, "But can we still believe you now?" Chapter 114. Chiyu shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, "Then I have no choice, Ting Ting." He gave Wen Ting a look. Wen Ting smiled slightly and patted Snow Girl's body a few times. The scorching fire energy entered Snow Girl's body, and she couldn't help but frown in discomfort. However, the restriction that Wen Ting had placed on her body also disappeared. Wen Ting extended her hand toward Snow Girl and said with a smile, "From now on, we are in a cooperative relationship. Let's get to know each other again. I am Wen Ting, and he is Chiyu. You can think of us as friends of the Yellow Flame Soul." Snow Girl extended her hand and touched Wen Ting's hand lightly and slowly stood up. Without even looking at Chiyu, she said, "From now on, I will follow you." After saying that, she walked to the side and sat down. She closed her eyes and began to cultivate. Snow Girl's insensitivity made Chiyu somewhat dissatisfied, but he was still more tolerant towards beautiful women. He picked up the silver horn left behind by the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard from the ground, and pulled Wen Ting to the side to sit down. Once again, he activated his devour skill and absorbed the energy of the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard. A faint green light gradually filled the cave. Chiyu didn't know that if it was a normal beast, perhaps the energy ratio between the NEI pill and the body's energy wasn't very large. However, this green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard, was an exception. Most of its energy was actually concentrated in the NEI pill, under the constant nourishment of the reincarnation fruit. The NEI pill had a certain degree of mutation, and its energy was extremely condensed. Therefore, when Chiyu absorbed the energy of this NEI pill, it was equivalent to absorbing the effects of the reincarnation fruit on this NEI pill. A faint light surrounded Chiyu's body. Wen Ting did not leave. She sat beside Chiyu and meditated. Although the Snow Girl had agreed for them to advance and retreat together, with the previous example, Wen Ting did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Chiyu could clearly feel the faint energy merging into his body. Gradually, there were fluctuations of the thundercloud force in his body. However, he soon discovered that absorbing the NEI pill of the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard, was different from absorbing the energy from its body. The first difference was experienced through the Kirin bead. Previously, when absorbing the energy from the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard's body, through the filtration of the Kirin bead, the energy of the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard's body, was directly converted into 4 types of thundercloud force and entered Chiyu's body. These 4 types of thundercloud force nourished Chiyu's body during his continuous cultivation, replenishing his own potential and the energy that had been overconsumed previously. However, the situation when Chiyu absorbed the NEI pill had completely changed. Although it was also filtered through the Kirin bead, for some reason, after the filtration, the energy absorbed into his body was still cyan. It was not the energy of the wind, but a very calm and mellow power of nature. Unlike the thundercloud force that could directly replenish Chiyu's body, after this power of nature entered his body, Chiyu felt that all the meridians in his body were filled with vitality. In the past, when he was cultivating, Chiyu had suffered because of his own carelessness. Therefore, after the sudden change, he became extra careful and controlled the speed of absorption. He only let a very small portion of the NEI pill energy enter his body, and then followed the method of the ascending Qilin method to control the force of nature to slowly circulate. The green energy was very clear in his meridians. Qiyu found that wherever this energy passed through, the meridians in his body began to be affected. Under the effect of this green energy, the originally wide meridians became more resilient, and the degree of opening was more than a third wider than before. This was the first time that Qiyu had felt this kind of comfort since he had lost his right arm. This force of nature circulated very slowly. Because Qiyu was in a meditative state, he did not feel it too deeply. When the first cloud cycle was completed, a whole day had passed, and the meridians in Qiyu's body had become completely new. Previously, after using the ultimate Kirin's arm, Qiyu used the ability to absorb the energy of the golden-winged eagle in time to save his life and keep the golden-winged eagle's NEI pill in his elixir field. However, the ultimate Kirin's arm was too domineering. The tyrannical energy destroyed the enemy, and at the same time, it also injured Qiyu's meridians. Because of the loss of the thundercloud force, Kirin's marrow and muscle washing and changing technique could no longer circulate on its own. Although he recovered a little with the help of his partner's thundercloud force, the problems of these meridians were still not solved. After this pure natural force of nature circulated for one round, Qiyu was pleasantly surprised to find that the meridians in his body had completely recovered to the state when he was at his peak. The aura in his body was very pure. Although more than half of the nature qi that he had been absorbed by his empty body after one cloud cycle, the remaining energy merged into his elixir field gave Qiyu a feeling of fullness. At the same time, the biggest surprise that this force of nature brought to Qiyu was that it actually activated the blue sea thunder bead and the golden-winged eagles NEI pill in Qiyu's elixir field at the same time. Together with the nature qi, they circulated around the meridians in Qiyu's body. The reincarnation fruit was known as the king of divine fruits for a reason. It actually did not possess a large amount of energy, including when it transported Qiyu and the other two to this era. However, the reincarnation fruit had a special characteristic, and that was its influence on nature. Apart from being able to bring living beings back to the era of ancient beasts, it also had another name, which was the source of nature. The effect of the reincarnation fruit was completely unleashed the moment it was broken. At that time, besides the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard, the only other person in front of it was Qiyu. The green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard, originally had nothing to do with the reincarnation fruit, but its NEI pill had been refined around the reincarnation fruit for thousands of years, so it was already familiar with the aura of the reincarnation fruit. Therefore, when the reincarnation fruit was destroyed by the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard in one desperate attempt, all the energy within the reincarnation fruit was quietly integrated into the thing it was most familiar with, which was the NEI pill in Qiyu's hand. Therefore, when Qiyu absorbed the energy of the NEI pill, the energy of the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard, became an accessory. The thing that truly benefited Qiyu was this reincarnation fruit. When Ting woke up from her cultivation, she had no choice but to end her cultivation because the strange energy around her was making her feel uneasy. When she opened her eyes, she immediately felt someone staring at her. Following the perception of her spiritual power, she saw Snow Girl looking at Qiyu beside her with a shocked expression. When Ting subconsciously turned her gaze, and Qiyu's appearance gave her a shock. Qiyu's clothes had disappeared without a sound, revealing a body of strong muscles. In front of him, the originally purple-green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard NEI pill, had now completely turned bright green. Strange energy aura was constantly emitting from Qiyu's body, and his skin had become the same color as the NEI pill. Qiyu's expression was very calm, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. What made Wen Ting feel strange was that the surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted and trembling. The energy molecules that were originally invisible to the naked eye were now forming smiling emerald green particles that entered Qi Yu's body through his pores. It was not any kind of energy that Wen Ting was familiar with, but the energy aura was very pure. What made Wen Ting even more surprised was that the light on Qi Yu's right shoulder had become the strongest, and the emerald green light even had a tendency to extend outwards. "What's going on?" Wen Ting muttered to herself. Qi Yu's situation made her very uneasy, but at this time she did not dare to disturb Qi Yu, lest he fall into a more dangerous situation. Snow Girl sat there in a daze and muttered to herself, "What's going on? The origin of nature. This is the energy of the origin of nature. Why is it this rogue, Mother Nature? Why did you choose him?" Wen Ting clearly heard every word that Snow Girl said and quickly floated to her side, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and asked anxiously, "Snow Girl, you know what happened to Qi Yu, don't you? What's wrong with him now?" Snow Girl's dull eyes became a little bigger, but there was still a look of disbelief in her eyes. "The origin of nature, he is absorbing the energy of the origin of nature." "The origin of nature? What is that?" Wen Ting asked in surprise. Snow Girl said, "The origin of nature is the purest force of nature in the world. With the energy of the origin of nature, one can communicate with all the creatures in nature." Wen Ting said, "You mean plants?" Snow Girl nodded and said, "You can understand it that way, but the creatures in nature are very broad, and many of the creatures that we can't see in the air are also part of nature." She did not know about the reincarnation fruit, but she knew about the origin of nature, which was a sacred object of nature. Wen Ting asked, "How will the energy of the origin of nature affect Qi Yu?" The Snow Maiden replied, "There are many, many effects. I've only heard of the existence of the source of nature, including my brethren and our ancestors, but no one has actually seen what the source of nature looks like. As for its effects, I'm not completely sure. However, what I can be sure of is that after absorbing the energy of the source of nature, he will become the son of nature. From then on, as long as there are natural creatures around, his energy will never be depleted. Ah, hurry up and cultivate. He is now absorbing a large amount of natural energy through the origin of nature. Even a trace of natural energy is of great benefit to cultivation." As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't wait to sit cross-legged and began the process of cultivation. Qi Yu's current situation was exactly like what Snow Girl had said. His body was undergoing a special change. He had endured the time travel of the reincarnation fruit. After using the time travel of the forbidden fruit, the restriction had been removed, and the effect of the divine fruit was starting to take effect. Due to the good effect after the first cloud week, Qi no longer had any doubts about the absorption of the energy of the NEI pill. He gradually increased the absorption of the energy. Originally, he thought that with the help of the origin of nature, he could absorb the energy of the golden winged eagles NEI pill and the blue sea thunder beads in his body. If that was the case, it would be equivalent to absorbing the energy of two 10,000-year-old ferocious beasts. His body, which had been damaged by the ultimate Kirin's arm, might recover by 20%. If that was the case, everything would be wonderful. However, Qi soon realized that although the golden winged eagles, NEI pill, and the blue sea thunder beads could be mobilized by the origin of nature, they could not be absorbed by his body. Their energy was extremely condensed and could only circulate slowly in his meridians. Before he could feel disappointed, the surprise brought by the NEI pill made Qi feel much better. The bit of origin of nature that he had absorbed previously had already helped him recover his meridians. Now that a large amount of origin of nature had surged into his body, the origin of nature began to transform his entire body from his meridians. His meridians had been transformed 3 times. If Qi Yu's original meridians were like streams, then his meridians now were like rivers. There was no blockage in his meridians at all. After that, it was his bones, muscles, and internal organs. Chi-Yu realized that his entire body seemed to have turned dark green. Not only was the origin of nature circulating in his body, but there were also countless tiny energy molecules continuously surging into his body from the outside world. The volume of these energy molecules was much larger than what he had absorbed when he cultivated the thundercloud force. Moreover, they were all highly condensed energy molecules. Under the simultaneous effects of the origin of nature, Chi knew that his body had begun to undergo a qualitative change. It was not a simple increase in energy. The first thing that Chi felt was that his overdrawn potential was rapidly recovering. Potential was something that could not be seen or touched, but in his mental strength, he could feel that everything seemed to be changing. There was an itch in his right shoulder. Chi found that a large amount of origin force in his body was surging towards that place. The speed at which his empty body was absorbing energy could not keep up with the speed at which the energy from the outside world was constantly entering his body. Under this situation, the excess origin force continued to transform his body and surged towards his shoulder. Why was this happening? Chi-Yu was too lazy to think about it. Such a wonderful situation. Even if it was a dream, he would not want to wake up. He faintly felt that his body, which was completely overdrawn due to using the ultimate Kirin's arm, was recovering at an astonishing speed. It seemed that he did not need to absorb the energy of the ferocious beasts anymore. Everything was developing in the best direction. Time passed hour by hour. When Wen-Ting and Snow Girl discovered the changes in Chi-Yu's body, he had already been cultivating for an entire day. Now a full 7 days had passed. Wen-Ting and Snow Girl had been cultivating with Chi-Yu. Although the natural energy molecules were difficult to absorb, as long as they absorbed a little, they could clearly feel the changes in their bodies. Chi-Yu was like a huge whirlpool. The natural energy was constantly being sucked into the cave by him. While they were cultivating inside, the nether snake in the deep sea outside was not idle either. It did not know where the pure energy came from. However, ever since it lost its original energy, its body had completely degenerated. This time, it had finally encountered such good energy. Naturally, it would not let it go. Without anyone's reminder, it had already begun to absorb it crazily. 7 days followed another 7 days. Everything around them seemed to have fallen into silence. The cave seemed to have been isolated from the world, other than the nether snake outside, which was afraid that someone would disturb Chi-Yu's cultivation inside. Chi-Yu and the other two in the cave had already entered a deep meditative state. At this time, 49 days had passed. The body of the deep-sea nether snake was 10 times bigger than when it was first released by Chi-Yu. At this time, only its tail was completely blocking the entrance of the cave. Its overly large body had already been attached to the wall outside. If Chi-Yu saw its appearance, he would definitely be shocked, because after 49 days, the deep-sea nether snake had grown another 8 heads. It had actually returned to its peak state of 9 heads. However, it was strong in appearance now, but weak in reality. Although it had recovered to 9 heads, the energy in its body did not increase. The benefit of the force of nature was that it could heal all the injuries of the body and completely restore the body's state. Although the deep-sea nether snake did not have the energy of the source of nature, however, it still gained great benefits from guarding the cave entrance. Its 9 heads had recovered. This meant that it could restore its energy at its peak state. How much energy did the ultimate Kirin arm consume? It could not be estimated with numbers, especially the damage to its own potential. When Xie Ji told Chi-Yu that the ultimate Kirin arm would take 100 years to recover after use, even he did not know that as long as the ultimate Kirin arm was used once, the energy would be restored after 100 years. The body would also be greatly damaged, and it would never be able to raise its strength to the peak of Kirin. However, any energy could be compared. The ultimate Kirin arm's consumption of potential and energy and the damage to the body was undoubtedly very huge. However, If its destructive energy was compared to the legendary king of divine fruits, it was still a far cry from it. During the era of the gods, god fruits were divided into 3 grades: high, middle, and low. Even a low-grade god fruit could have the effect of resurrecting the dead and extending one's lifespan, which was equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation. The commercial god fruit could even increase the cultivation of the consumer by more than 1,000 years, or it had special effects. The reincarnation fruit was one of the 3 supreme god fruits. In addition to its ability to travel through time, its ability as the source of nature could completely make up for Chi-Yu's loss. As the energy continued to increase, Chi-Yu's spirit also warmly sank into the domain of the source of nature. At this time, he had completely forgotten everything in the outside world. There was only the mellow energy of nature in his consciousness. His whole body seemed to have become the most crystal clear jade. The energy continued to extend from his right shoulder. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning, as if he had never possessed any special energy or had those special experiences. Even the lonely walk from a young age seemed to have disappeared. Right now, Chi-Yu felt like he was a newborn baby. Everything had returned to the beginning, but this beginning was completely different. There had been a fundamental change. The entire cave was filled with surging natural energy. The people in the cave did not realize that the scene outside the cave was completely different. The surrounding dense primordial forest seemed to be affected by the source of nature. They constantly provided their own energy to Chi-Yu, who was in the cave. More accurately, at this moment, all the natural plants in the land of Yanhuang were emitting their own energy, condensing in the direction of the source of nature. Perhaps the energy of an ancient tree was not very strong. However, during the era of the ancient beasts, almost all that appeared in the land of Yanhuang was a dense primordial forest. These primordial forests were many times denser than the remaining forests on Earth that Chi-Yu knew. During the era of the ancient beasts, their numbers were incomparable to any other species. This allowed the ability of the reincarnation fruit as the source of nature to be exerted to the limit. The deep-sea nether snake, who had recovered its 9 heads, greedily enjoyed the process of the natural energy flowing into the cave and baptizing its body. At the same time, it recovered its ability according to its previous cultivation method. Now that he had 9 heads, the time needed for him to recover to his peak strength had been reduced by several folds. Now, it had even begun to have some evil thoughts. If its body was not completely connected to Chi-Yu, it was hard to say whether it would choose to betray him. Bathed in the sunlight that was much brighter than the original era, the Hydra was now enjoying it very much. It now only hoped that the process of being baptized by the natural energy could become longer and better. Although the natural energy could not affect it as it affected Chi-Yu, in addition to restoring its 9 heads, the deep-sea nether snake found that its need for water did not seem to be as strong as before. This meant that under the influence of these natural energy, its body had been transformed, although the deep-sea nether snake did not know to what extent its body had been transformed. But it understood that at least in the future when it left the water, it would never be left with only 1/10 of its ability. The former overlord of the sea was transforming into the overlord of the land. However, after 49 days of comfortable enjoyment, the deep-sea nether snake's wonderful process finally ended. It was not because the natural energy disappeared, but because it was suddenly disturbed. The entire primordial forest suddenly shook without warning, and the vibration was very rhythmic. The branches and leaves of various plants in the entire forest trembled slightly with the vibration of the ground. However, the massive amount of nature energy continued to surge into the cave. The deep-sea nether snake's heart tightened. Its current energy situation was definitely not as scary as it looked. Although the energy in its body had recovered a lot in the past 40 days, there was still a long way to go from its peak state. After all, it was a dire beast that had lived for nearly 10,000 years, and it was one of the most powerful dire beasts. From the changes on the ground and the faint pressure in the distance, It had already secretly felt the danger. That was the aura of a dire beast, and it was definitely not an ordinary dire beast. The deep-sea nether snake's 9 heads slowly gathered together, and its 18 eyes flickered with a faint light, looking at the origin of the vibration. It secretly prayed in its heart, hoping that this unknown dire beast was not coming here. However, the wish was good, but it did not come true. The vibration became stronger and stronger, and the target was obviously the cave guarded by the deep-sea nether snake almost in a straight line. What on earth was it? The deep-sea nether snake reacted quickly. Its 9 big mouths opened at the same time, and a huge suction force instantly filled the air in front of it. What it wanted to absorb was not the natural energy in the air, which could only be absorbed with its own mental strength. Moreover, natural energy was only good for the body, and had no effect on enhancing its energy. What it needed now was to sharpen its spear before the battle, not to improve its body. In the forest, water arrows floated and quickly surged toward the 9 big heads of the deep-sea nether snake. The clear blue water sparkled under the sunlight, and the deep-sea nether snake's 18 eyes revealed a satisfied light almost at the same time. Ever since it followed Chiyu, it had not enjoyed such a feeling for a long time. In almost a short while, the stream that Wen Ting had discovered before had been completely absorbed by it. In fact, the deep-sea nether snake had long discovered the existence of the stream. After all, it was one of the most powerful water dire beasts. However, because of the sudden appearance of natural energy, it did not want to be distracted, so it did not absorb the energy from the water source to replenish itself. Now, it obviously could not continue to absorb natural energy. It was true that it had to protect Chiyu first. Chiyu's life could be said to be its life. As an envoy, it finally had to do something for Chiyu for the first time. The violent tremors became more and more intense. After absorbing a large amount of pure water, the deep-sea nether serpent's aura suddenly became different. Although there was no water source for it to control, after the transformation of the force of nature and the perfect thunderstorm, it could no longer be called a water attribute ferocious beast. Far away, the deep-sea nether snake saw that the primeval forest had begun to fluctuate violently. In the distance, large areas of the primeval forest collapsed, and a tunnel about 10 meters wide gradually formed and spread in its direction. The deep-sea nether snake looked at its body and could not help but take a deep breath. It muttered to itself, "Damn it! What kind of big guy is this? Its body is actually more than 10 meters wide. Oh my God! I'm so pitiful. Why am I so unlucky? Ever since I followed Chiyu, I haven't had a good life." When it said this, it also felt a little guilty. After all, it had just obtained a huge benefit from the natural energy. At first glance, the path formed by the primeval forest did not seem to be advancing very quickly. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would realize that the path was moving at an extremely frightening speed, especially when the primeval forest was being destroyed as if it was dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. It could easily arouse people's fear. It should be known that in this primeval forest, any tree would be more than 10 meters tall. This was also the reason why the deep-sea nether snake had yet to see the appearance of the hidden enemy from the top of the hill. So many towering ancient trees could not stop the enemy from moving forward, which showed how powerful it was. Finally, when the wide tunnel was about 2 kilometers away from the hill, the deep-sea nether snake finally saw the appearance of the enemy with its height. At that moment, the enemy also stopped and looked at the deep-sea nether snake from afar. Oh my God! It's actually the legendary ferocious beast, the evil spirit among the ferocious beasts, Chaos. The deep-sea nether snake sucked in a breath of cold air. Although it knew that the ferocious beast it was going to face would definitely be difficult to deal with, it did not expect that it would be Chaos, the most troublesome among the ferocious beasts. In the distance, a huge dog-like ferocious beast stood in the forest. It didn't look much different from a dog. It also had 4 paws on the ground. However, its body was many times larger than a dog's. Long white fur covered its entire body. Its head and mouth protruded forward. Its eyes looked terrifying because they were so huge. With a body that was nearly 100 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 10 meters tall, its eyes could be clearly seen from afar. It could be seen how huge it was. Its pair of big eyes that were flickering with black light actually occupied 40% of the area of its face. Chaos's eyes weren't round, but somewhat slender and irregular oblong. Looking from afar, they looked like two deep pools. Proportionally speaking, Chaos's stomach was much larger than that of a dog's. As it breathed, the forest in front of it collapsed. A faint gray mist was constantly emitted from its incomparably thick limbs. The gray energy seemed to have a strong corrosive effect. As soon as its body stopped moving, the area of the collapsed primeval forest immediately expanded outwards. The deep-sea nether snake couldn't be clearer about what Chaos was. Be it the divine beasts or the ferocious beasts, they all had several extremely powerful combat units. Some of the most powerful special units would only appear under special circumstances. Kirin was the king of the divine beasts and also the most powerful special unit among the divine beasts. Its most powerful referred to the energy of the ultimate Kirin's arm. Among the ferocious beasts, there were a few types of the most powerful special units. The chaos in front of the deep-sea nether snake was one of them. Chapter 115. However, just like how the phoenix controlled all the bird-type mythical beasts and possessed powerful energy, the reason why Chaos was able to survive with such a small population was naturally due to its own ability. Chaos was a form of pure energy. Although it looked like a dog, it had no internal organs. Its energy was the strangest among all the ferocious beasts. Devouring living creatures was the fundamental way to increase its strength. The living creatures referred to here could be mythical beasts or ferocious beasts. The stronger the living creature, the more it liked it. The energy it devoured couldn't be directly used by Chaos. Part of it became food to maintain its body, while the other part became the driving force for its continuous growth in strength. Therefore, the more powerful Chaos was, the more energy it needed to devour every day. Even the ferocious beasts didn't want to see the appearance of Chaos that was too powerful. Legend had it that if Chaos was strong enough to a certain extent, it might even devour the entire world. In the history that the deep-sea nether snake knew of, there was once an overly powerful Chaos. In order to protect the entire world, the mythical beasts and ferocious beasts finally joined forces to destroy it. The Chaos that appeared in front of the deep-sea nether snake was already more than 100 meters long. Its huge body grew by devouring energy. How many ferocious beasts or mythical beasts did it devour to grow to such a huge body? Judging from its appearance, the deep-sea nether snake knew that the strength of this Chaos had probably surpassed that of a 10,000-year-old ferocious beast. The deep-sea nether serpent saw Chaos, and Chaos also saw it from afar. That pair of huge eyes revealed an intense light. That was the light of desire. It looked at the deep-sea nether serpent as if it had seen its food. Don't think that Chaos intelligence would be relatively low just because it was very powerful. On the contrary, not only did Chaos have a special devouring ability, but it was also one of the evilest ferocious beasts. At the same time, it also had extremely high intelligence. A sharp voice rang out from afar. "What is the deep-sea nether serpent doing here? You look like you have 9 heads. Why are you not cultivating in the sea? Why have you come to my territory? Do you want to become my food?" The voice of Chaos was very uncomfortable to listen to. It was sharp and constantly changing, just like the voice of a child who had grown to a certain extent and was in the period of voice change. The deep-sea nether snake steadied her mind. After all, in terms of alignment, both Chaos and herself belonged to the side of the beasts. So it's big brother Hundun. "I'm really sorry I came to your territory because I was chasing after a divine beast. The environment here is really good. I would like to rest here for a few days. Would that be convenient?" The deep-sea nether snake understood from the other party's words that this vast primeval forest was the territory of chaos. It should have been given to him by the current king of beasts. That was why she, Chiyu, and the rest had stayed here for more than 40 days without being harassed by any ferocious beasts. It wasn't that there were fewer ferocious beasts in the ancient era, but that there were no divine beasts or ferocious beasts willing to enter the territory of chaos. He. Chaos raised his head. That huge head of his turned slightly. One could vaguely see that gray mist was constantly inhaling and exhaling from his nose and mouth. Brother Nether Snake, it's not that Big Brother doesn't want to give you face, but you should know that in my territory, no matter if it's a divine beast or a ferocious beast, as long as it doesn't get my permission, it will be considered an infringement. I can deal with it however I want. Even our king will never intervene. You look like you've been training for more than 9,000 years. Not bad at all. Although Chaos' voice sounded very polite, the deep-sea nether snake could clearly feel a chill running down its spine. Its 9 heads trembled almost at the same time, and its 18 eyes glowed fiercely. Why, Big Brother Chaos, do you want me to become your food? Chaos opened its huge mouth. No teeth could be seen. Its huge throat looked empty, just like a black hole. It smacked its lips and said, "It's been a long time since I've had such nourishing food. Now that there's one that's delivered to my doorstep, how could I possibly reject it? Brother Nether Snake, you should know that with such a huge body, even if I've been sleeping all this time, the energy I consume every day is still very huge. We, Chaos, are unable to maintain our energy through our own training. We can only maintain our strength by devouring constantly. I've lived in this territory for thousands of years, and the other ferocious beasts are unwilling to come and see me. Since you've finally come today, why don't you fulfill my wish as your big brother? I'll remember you forever. I'll depend on you." The deep-sea nether snake had also learned Chi-Yu's colloquial language. From the moment this chaos discovered it, it had already set its sights on it. This evil spirit didn't care about the fact that they were both ferocious beasts. In its heart, it was just food. Chaos, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Chaos only has a few types of energy. I've heard that chaos doesn't have any eye pill, but you do have a core. If I eat your core, it'll be even more nourishing than eating a divine fruit. Chaos looked at the deep-sea nether snake in surprise and said, "Why? You still have the mood to eat me? That's hilarious. Not to mention you. Even the most powerful deep-sea nether dragon in your tribe wouldn't be a threat to me on land. I admit that you're the overlords of the sea. In the sea, I wouldn't dare to offend you. What a pity. This is land." The deep-sea nether snake quietly used his mental strength to send a distress signal to the inside of the cave. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "Is that so? Then I'd like to see what capabilities you have to eat me." As he spoke, a distorted purple light appeared around the deep-sea nether snake's body. The lightning energy continued to condense around its body. The light in its eyes flickered alternately. The lightning energy was constantly increasing. The sky above the deep-sea nether snake's head gradually darkened. Large patches of dark clouds appeared. Chaos was obviously shocked to see the sudden changes on the nether snake's body. You have 2 attributes?" The deep-sea nether snake raised its 9 big heads proudly. "That's right. Are you afraid now?" Among the deep-sea nether snake race, not everyone needs to be in the sea to exert their strength. The dark clouds provide me with the power of lightning, and at the same time, they can also provide me with enough water energy. I'd like to see what capabilities you have to treat me as your food. In fact, although the deep-sea nether snake looked relaxed on the surface, it was extremely nervous on the inside. The lightning energy around its body and the dark clouds in the sky were almost the result of using all the energy it had accumulated in its body. At this moment, it was definitely the representative of being strong in appearance, but weak in reality. There was naturally a reason why it did this. Chaos was undoubtedly a very powerful beast, but it also had its weaknesses. It could be said that under its powerful appearance, there was a cowardly heart. Therefore, the deep-sea nether snake would display its most powerful side. It was very clear that even if Chi-Yu regained his original Four Clouds power and had joined forces, it would still be impossible for them to be a match for this chaos that was more than 100 meters long and definitely had more than 10,000 years of cultivation. Therefore, it could only get out of the current danger by scaring it away. After all, the deep-sea nether snake was also one of the most powerful races among the beasts. Back then, if it had not been too unlucky, it would not have become Chi-Yu's slave. Therefore, in front of chaos, the deep-sea nether snake still had some qualifications to be proud. Sure enough, just as the deep-sea nether snake had predicted, when chaos saw the energy emitted from its body, it immediately became hesitant. Its black, ferocious eyes dimmed a little, and its tone also became calm. Brother Nether Snake, don't be angry first. Can't you see that I'm just joking with you? I really didn't expect that in the deep-sea nether snake race, there would be such an outstanding person like you, brother. This is the first time I've seen a deep-sea nether snake that actually possesses both water and lightning attributes. Brother Nether Snake, I think that with your strength, as long as you can become a deep-sea nether dragon, you will definitely be able to become the clan leader of your race. Oh no! You might even become a strong competitor for the next Beast King. The vicious Beast King was different from the mythological Beast King. The mythological Beast King was always the patriarch of the Qilin clan, while the vicious Beast King was elected by all the vicious beasts. In a sense, the election of the vicious Beast King was more democratic. The deep-sea nether snake snorted coldly and said, "You're not going to eat me anymore?" Chaos chuckled. Its huge body slowly crawled on the ground, and only its head was still raised to look at the deep-sea nether snake. Its action was obviously expressing its goodwill to the deep-sea nether snake. "How can that be? We're all family. How can I devour you? However, brother Nether Snake, can you explain to me why there's actually such a huge natural aura here? What's going on? I've lived in this world for a full 20,000 years. It can be said that I'm currently the oldest chaos. However, this is the first time I've seen such a situation. Could it be that there's some treasure in my territory that has attracted you, an honorable guest here?" Although the deep-sea nether snake knew that chaos could definitely sense the changes in the energy in the cave, it could not help but feel a chill in its heart when it heard it from chaos. However, at this time, it was very clear that it must not show any signs of panic. Otherwise, it would inevitably bring about huge trouble. It pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, natural aura? What natural aura? Why didn't I sense it? I'm just passing by here. Don't tell me that you don't know what's in your territory." Chaos looked at the deep-sea nether snake and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. All right, it seems that I've misunderstood. However, brother Nether Snake, you're now blocking the cave where I sleep. Shouldn't you let me go home first?" The deep-sea nether snake said disdainfully, "What cave? How can such a small cave be your resting place?" Chaos felt wronged and said, "Why not? My body can already change its size freely. A big cave has no effect on me. Look if you don't believe me." As it spoke, Hun Dun's body suddenly trembled violently. As it slammed its two front claws on the ground, the entire ground shook. Countless cracks appeared under its feet and spread rapidly in all directions. At the same time, Hun Dun's body shrunk rapidly, wrapped in a huge gray fog. Its 100-meter-long body quietly disappeared into the fog. At this time, the deep-sea nether snake didn't dare to be careless at all. While staring at the large gray fog, it worked hard to increase its own energy and carefully observed the huge black fog. At this moment, its heart was in a mess. From Chaos words, it knew that this chaos in front of it was actually the strongest among the current chaos, also known as the so-called Chaos King. Its energy intensity was probably much greater than it had imagined. Even if its energy was fully restored and it could use the weather change to summon sufficient lightning and water energy like what it had boasted just now, it was afraid that it would still be no match for this chaos. The reason why it was showing goodwill to it was just in case. After all, every type of ferocious beast had its own life-saving ultimate skill. In the process of the deep-sea nether snake's careful observation, the large gray fog suddenly disappeared rapidly, as if it was devoured by something. After a short while, the deep-sea nether snake was shocked to discover that the Chaos King's huge body had really disappeared. Instead, there was an additional person at the center where it was previously. Yes, it was a person. That person looked to be in his 20s. He was very young. He was about 8 meters tall and had a very well-proportioned body. His long gray hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was covered in a simple gray robe. His black eyes were filled with an evil aura, and he was looking at the nether snake with an enigmatic smile. Oh my God! The deep-sea nether snake turned pale with fright at the sight of this man. He had never expected that the Chaos King was powerful enough to cultivate into a human form. It should be known that it was relatively easy for a divine beast to cultivate into a human form. Even the divine beast with the worst bloodline would have the ability to transform into a human form as long as it had cultivated for 10,000 years. Some divine beasts could even transform into a human form with only 1,000 years of cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult for a ferocious beast to cultivate into a human form. Moreover, after transforming into a human form, the strength of both divine beasts and ferocious beasts would be affected to a certain extent. For a ferocious beast to cultivate into a human form, it would require years of hard work. At the same time, opportunities were also very important. In the ferocious beast world, cultivating into a human form would not enhance any ability, but it was a symbol of strength. At least, it proved that this ferocious beast had cultivated for more than 10,000 years and possessed special abilities. Legend had it that the most basic requirement for a ferocious beast to become a ferocious beast was to have the ability to transform into a human form. For other ferocious beasts, cultivating into a human form might only be a reflection of their strength. However, it was completely different for Chaos. Cultivating into a human form had a very special meaning for Chaos. Chaos couldn't cultivate by itself. It completely relied on devouring the energy of other creatures to maintain its life and enhance its own abilities. As its body continued to grow, the consumption would become very large. If Chaos could cultivate into a human form, its daily consumption would be the same as an ordinary person's. Therefore, at this level of Chaos, there was no longer a need for it to devour aimlessly. Besides, its human form was its best disguise. With a human form, it would no longer be afraid of being hunted down by divine beasts and not tolerated by ferocious beasts. At this moment, the deep-sea nether snake came to a sudden realization. No wonder it had never sensed the energy aura of Chaos before. It turned out that it had been maintaining its human form all this while. It only revealed its original form when the earth trembled, mainly to intimidate it. Now that it discovered its dual attributes of thunder and water, Chaos' appearance changed back into a human form. It was also to intimidate it. Perhaps the current Chaos wasn't able to release as much energy as its original form. However, it had become much more agile now. Compared to when it was in its original form, it would definitely be more difficult to deal with. The Chaos King raised his right hand. The gray fog in the form of flames was slowly burning and fluctuating in his palm. Looking at the surprised look on the deep-sea nether snake's face, he was obviously very satisfied. "How is it, brother nether snake? It's time for you to return my dwelling place to me now, right?" The deep-sea nether snake stared at the Chaos King. All kinds of thoughts were running through its mind. How exactly should it chase this god of plagues away? It had been asking for help from Chi-Yu in the cave for quite some time now, but there was no response at all. If the Chaos King were to really attack it, with its powerful chaos aura. It might not be able to withstand it. However, it and Chi-Yu were one body, so it couldn't give up now. Although the Chaos King wasn't very courageous, the continuous appearance of a massive amount of nature energy gathering in the cave was equivalent to telling him that there was some kind of treasure in the cave. In fact, the Chaos King was also very depressed. The deep-sea nether snake's dual attributes had given him quite a shock. Due to certain reasons, he had left his territory for as long as a year. As soon as he returned, he could clearly sense the aura of nature energy. This nature energy was what he desired the most. If it wasn't for the fact that the deep-sea nether snake might inflict great damage on him, he would have already made a move. As the Chaos King, his territory was quite famous. Since the deep-sea nether snake dared to come to his territory, it must have some kind of backing. However, he didn't know that he was trying to be clever. The deep-sea nether snake in front of him didn't belong to this era at all. It had no way of knowing that this territory belonged to him. The deep-sea nether snake shook its head in the middle and said, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid that won't do. Even if this cave originally belonged to you, it has now been commandeered by my master. I can only ask you to wait for a while." The Chaos King was surprised. "What? Your master? I'd like to know what kind of creature can actually become the master of a powerful sea beast, the deep-sea nether snake." He really found it hard to believe what the deep-sea nether snake said. In the beast world, although the deep-sea nether snake race might not be the strongest creatures in the sea, the power of their entire race was definitely the overlord of the sea. In the sea, not even the divine beasts could compete with them. This deep-sea nether snake that was close to 10,000 years old actually said that it had a master. In that case, how powerful was its master? Although he didn't believe it in his heart, caution was one of the main characteristics of the Chaos King. His vigilance instantly became stronger. This was the effect that the deep-sea nether snake wanted. It chuckled and revealed a strange glint in its eyes. "Chaos King, you should also know that there has never been a powerhouse with two attributes in the nether snake race. My thunder attribute was given to me by my master. In that case, you should be able to understand how powerful my master is, right?" The Chaos King's heart skipped a beat. He asked in a deep voice, "Then who exactly is your master?" The deep-sea nether serpent's huge body shrank and opened up the entrance of the cave, allowing the King of Chaos to clearly see countless green natural energy molecules rushing into the cave. "If you're interested, you can go in and take a look. Isn't it better for you to see it with your own eyes than for me to tell you? However, I can't be sure if my master will welcome you." Under the current circumstances, it was impossible for the deep-sea nether snake to defeat the Chaos King. The deep-sea nether snake's intelligent mind allowed it to make full use of the Chaos King's suspicious nature. Of course, it wasn't sure if the Chaos King in front of it would really not have the guts to rush in. The Chaos King's eyes flickered. The gray energy flames on his hands grew stronger. He stared coldly at the deep-sea nether snake and said, "All right, I'll go in and take a look." He was a little unwilling. Although the Chaos King was timid by nature, the huge natural energy in front of him was too attractive. If he didn't go in and take a look, how could he be satisfied? While the deep-sea nether snake was shocked, the Chaos King had already reached the cave entrance. He stood on the path that the natural energy had to pass through. He was even more curious about the creature inside the cave. Even the Chaos King was confident that he wouldn't be able to absorb such a huge amount of natural energy in a short period of time. However, the energy didn't seem to stop flowing in. What kind of creature was inside? The Chaos King got closer. He exchanged glances with the deep-sea nether snake. The deep-sea nether snake instantly felt a huge mental pressure. Fortunately, he was prepared for it. He said calmly, "Please." The Chaos King stood at the entrance and hesitated. What kind of creature was inside the cave? The master of the deep-sea nether snake. Should I go in and take a look? Although there was some fear in his heart, he had already reached a situation where he could not back down. After all, this was his lair. In the feral beast world, he was definitely one of the few powerhouses. If he did not even dare to take a look at the intruder in his territory, his position in the feral beast world would probably be gone if news of this were to spread. With that thought in mind, the Chaos King made up his mind. He carefully raised his energy to the limit and peered into the cave. Just as he was about to take a step forward and take a look inside, a sudden change occurred. The natural energy that was surging into the cave came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, a huge pressure came from inside the cave. The Chaos King's mind was already tense. When he encountered this sudden change, he didn't hesitate to retreat out of the cave and hover in midair. A huge amount of energy surged out of the cave. However, it was obviously not an attack. The energy condensed at the entrance of the cave. The black aura was particularly obvious in this sunny weather. The black energy gradually condensed into a huge shadow. As the shadow appeared, a silver light appeared within the black energy. The Chaos King immediately recognized that it was the shadow of a Kirin. The huge Kirin body was looking down at him with its head held high. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. The silver fur on its back and the black and silver horn on its head represented Kirin's most powerful ability. At the same time, what shocked the Chaos King even more was that under the feet of this huge Kirin shadow, each solid foot was stepping on a different color of auspicious clouds. There were purple, blue, red, and green. There were 4 attributes. Ink Kirin. It's Ink Kirin. The Chaos King couldn't help but exclaim. The deep-sea nether serpent heaved a sigh of relief. His heart had been in his throat. If the King of Chaos really wanted to force his way in, the deep-sea nether serpent would have no other choice but to attack. At the critical moment, the Chilent's aura drove the King of Chaos out of the cave again. There was a hint of mockery in its eyes. That's right. My master is Ink Kirin. The Chaos King was shocked and angry. Deep-sea nether snake, are you crazy? You actually recognize the king of divine beasts, Kirin, as your master. Aren't you afraid of being despised by your clansmen? The deep-sea nether snake said, helplessly, there's nothing I can do. Who asked my master to be so powerful? I'm lucky enough to be accepted by my master as an envoy. Even if I leave the nether snake clan, it doesn't matter. Just as the two were talking, a figure slowly walked out of the cave. Chi Yu's expression looked very calm. He had already donned a set of ordinary clothes. Clean jeans paired with a green shirt made him look like an ordinary person from the 21st century. However, his attire was no longer simple in the eyes of the Chaos King, especially Chi Yu's eyes that flickered with silver light, his long black hair that reached his shoulders, and his completely restrained aura. All of these caused the Chaos King's heart to be filled with fear. A humanoid Kirin. The Chaos King whispered. Chi Yu slowly walked to the entrance of the cave. Kirin's shadow outside the cave floated down and floated above his head. A faint light kept flickering. There was no substantial pressure, but Chi Yu and the shadow of Kirin above his head brought great psychological pressure to the Chaos King. The Chaos King knew very well that the more powerful a divine beast or feral beast was, the more they would hide their aura. His spiritual power was already very strong, but he could not sense any energy from Chi Yu. This situation filled the Chaos King with fear. Even Kirin, whom he had met before, could not hide his aura to such an extent. He was very familiar with the members of the Kirin clan, but he had never seen this ordinary-looking young man in front of him. Besides, he had never heard of any Kirin in the Kirin clan who possessed 4 abilities. Chi Yu did not say anything. He stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the Chaos King quietly. The silver light in his eyes seemed very calm, and he had no intention of making a move. The Chaos King probed. Kirin, are you a member of the Kirin clan? Why have I never seen you before? Chi Yu looked at the Chaos King calmly. There are many things that you haven't seen. Do you really understand everything in this world? Are you going to let me do it, or are you going to kill yourself? F***ck, how domineering. The deep-sea nether snake thought to herself. Even she could not figure out what was going on with Chiyu. On the surface, there did not seem to be any energy waves coming from his body. However, if there was no energy, then what was up with Kirin's silhouette and the silver light in his eyes? Could it be that he really had some fortuitous encounter in the cave over the past few days and had become sufficiently powerful? The Chaos King said angrily, "This is my territory. How dare you ask me to kill myself?" Chi-Yu said calmly, "That was in the past. From now on, this territory of yours belongs to the Divine Beast Clan and also to me. If you don't want to kill yourself, then do it. I will let you know what it feels like to live a life worse than death." The Chaos King was completely terrified. He had never seen any living being speak to him in such a tone. The Kirin clan was indeed one of the clans that he was most afraid of. If it was just a battle of strength, as long as the other party was not in Kirin, he was confident that he could withstand it. However, the Kirin clan's ultimate Kirin arm was too terrifying. As long as it was used by an adult Kirin, even if he had cultivated to the level of a human form, he would still be destroyed. However, the Kirin in front of him was not only the most powerful ink Kirin in the Kirin clan, but he also had 4-colored, auspicious clouds. More importantly, he had cultivated to the level of a human form. All these signs could not be faked. Chi-Yu's tone was very arrogant. To the Chaos King, it was a symbol of power. Chapter 116. Kirin, don't be too complacent. If you do this, it will definitely provoke another war between the divine beasts and us beasts. Is this what you want to see? Hasn't Kirin always opposed war? The Chaos King looked at Chi-Yu as he controlled his body to drift backward, subconsciously. Chi-Yu smiled faintly and said that was in the past. Now, we have a new understanding of each other. It's true that the Kirin clan is very peace-loving. However, if there were no beasts in this world, I think peace would last longer, and the world would become more harmonious. You're right, you've never seen me before. How could you beasts have seen the true strength of us divine beasts? Now, I'll show you the true strength of the Kirin clan. Black and silver lights lit up at the same time. Chi-Yu slowly raised his left hand. If it was any other time, the Chaos King would definitely think that Kirin was looking down on him when he only extended his left hand towards him. That was because Kirin's right hand was the source of his true strength. However, the feeling that Chi-Yu gave him was too unfathomable. When he saw Chi-Yu raise his left hand, not only did he not feel that he was being looked down on, but the fear in his heart grew stronger instead. Black and silver lights lit up at the same time. The Kirin mirror with a diameter of 0.5 meter appeared out of thin air. The light flickered, and the smooth surface of the mirror reflected the light in the air. It shrouded the Chaos King's body. It's actually the Kirin mirror. You must be the new leader of the Kirin clan. The Chaos King let out a shrill cry. He no longer dared to hesitate. His body almost instantly retreated into the distance. His original physical form disappeared, and he completely turned into a gray fog. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Chi-Yu and the deep-sea nether snake sight. With a flash of light, the Kirin mirror returned to Chi-Yu's body. He lowered his head and looked at his newly grown right arm. He let out a long sigh and said, "I finally scared that guy away. Brother Nether Snake, why are you still afraid of chaos after regaining 9 heads?" The deep-sea nether snake stared at Chi-Yu in shock. You were just scaring him." Chi-Yu looked at him and nodded with a smile. "Of course. Didn't you notice that I don't have any energy in my body? Why should I fight him?" "Oh my god. Chi-Yu, you're so talented." The deep-sea nether snake could not help but be filled with fear. "Chi-Yu, do you know that Chaos, who could transform into a human form just now, is probably not weaker than the Beast King? Although my appearance has recovered, the energy in my body is still very weak. It's already very difficult for me to maintain the dark clouds in the sky and the lightning around my body. How do you expect me to fight him? However, you're too talented in acting. Not to mention the Chaos King, even I was fooled by you. Chi Yu chuckled. We humans may not have as strong a body as the divine beasts and beasts, but we have a brain that you can't compare to. That move just now is called the empty city stratagem. However, I didn't complete it alone. Your cooperation was great too. Haha, I didn't expect that we could actually scare away a powerhouse. This feeling of subduing the enemy without a fight is really wonderful. Wonderful my ass. My little heart was pounding. The deep-sea nether snake said with lingering fear. Chi Yu chuckled as he replied, You think you're a coward? Why don't you take a look at how big your body is? The deep-sea nether snake smiled bitterly. If you knew the origin of the Chaos King, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy. This guy is known as the evil spirit among the beasts. Even the beasts are unwilling to deal with him. The reason why we didn't encounter any other beasts in this primeval forest is because this is his territory. He briefly explained the origin of the Chaos King. After listening to the deep-sea nether snake, Chi Yu turned and walked into the cave. The deep-sea nether snake was stunned when she saw his movements. Where are you going? Chi Yu replied without turning his head. What else can I do? Hurry up and wake up those two girls. Let's leave this place immediately. If the Chaos King decides to come back and attack us, won't we all be finished? The deep-sea nether snake could not help but laugh when she heard Chi Yu's anxious voice. I thought you didn't know fear. Chi Yu said impatiently, I'm not afraid, but I don't want to die yet, especially in such a good situation. 49 days were not long, but they were not short either. During these 49 days, Chi Yu's body had undergone great changes under the influence of the origin of nature. He had completely absorbed the NEI pill of the green phosphor tree, splitting lizard. What he had obtained was not only energy, but also the rebirth from the reincarnation fruit. Now, under the influence of the reincarnation fruit's own energy and the natural energy attracted from it, Chi Yu had truly completed the process of being reborn. The deep-sea nether snake could be reborn only after absorbing some pure natural energy. Chi Yu, who directly possessed the origin of nature, gained even more benefits. The injuries caused by using the ultimate Kirin's arm had been completely healed. Not only had his potential been restored, but his body had also been completely transformed. In a sense, the reincarnation fruit had disappeared, but the origin of nature had not disappeared. And Chi Yu was the new origin of nature. His body had become a reincarnation fruit without the ability to travel through space. As long as Chi Yu was willing, he could now absorb the natural energy contained in the surrounding plants at any time. The benefits that the reincarnation fruit brought to Chi Yu were far more than that. The comprehensive improvement of his meridians, bones, and muscles was of great significance to him. Now, from the perspective of energy, Chi Yu was not much different from an ordinary person. His body was empty without any extra energy. However, he was like a top-grade jade hidden in a rock. As long as it was developed, it would definitely shine with dazzling brilliance. It could be said that his body was completely a piece of unpolished jade. As long as it was sculpted, he could become an unprecedented powerhouse. Now, whether it was a divine beast or a ferocious beast who had ever been nourished by the divine Fruit King, the damage caused by the ultimate Kirin's arm had completely disappeared. What Chi needed to do now was to re-practice his rising Qilin skill. In Chi Yu's own understanding, as long as he re-practiced the rising Qilin skill for such a long time, he would be able to return to his previous best state in half a year at most. In his opinion, the benefit brought by the reincarnation fruit was to completely recover his body's potential and the damage he had suffered. However, he did not know that the reincarnation fruit, as one of the 3 great divine fruits, had completely changed his body. If he wanted to discover its mystery, it would only be possible for him to re-practice the rising Qilin skill. There was only a trace of energy in Chi-Yu's body before, which was completely consumed when he activated the Kirin's mirror. After returning to the cave, he woke up Wen-Ting first. His spirit was completely connected with Wen-Ting. When he found that there was a problem outside, he did not pay much attention to it, so he went out alone. At this moment, through the call of his spirit, Wen-Ting quickly woke up. In fact, even if Chi-Yu did not call her, without the influx of additional natural energy, Wen-Ting would naturally wake up. When she opened her eyes, Wen-Ting was surprised to find that the world in front of her seemed to have become brighter. Even the gray rocks around her seemed to have a colorful light. Her perception of all the energy around her became thousands of times clearer than before. Looking at Chi-Yu in front of her, she had a strange feeling in her heart. It seemed that she had completely changed, but the change was so natural that even Wen-Ting herself could not tell what the change was. Chi-Yu faintly smiled and somewhat ostentatiously extended his right arm in front of Wen-Ting. Chuckling, he said, "Wife, look, I'm no longer a one-armed hero." Wen-Ting said in surprise, "Ah, your right arm has recovered. What's going on?" Chi-Yu shrugged and said, "I don't know either. It should be the effect of the NEI pill. However, the NEI pill of the green phosphorus tree splitting lizard is really too powerful. It seems that we are all affected. Even brother Nether Snake's 9 heads have recovered. What is going on? You have not only absorbed a NEI pill, but also the origin of nature. Naturally, such a change would occur." A cold voice sounded from the other side. Snow Girl had also woken up. "The origin of nature? What is that?" Chi-Yu's gaze turned to Snow Girl, who still had a cold expression on her face. There was a hint of jealousy in Snow Girl's eyes. "I really don't understand why the origin of nature would choose you. However, the NEI pill does have the energy of the origin of nature. I don't know why the origin of nature appeared, but your body has been completely affected by the origin of nature. No matter how much damage you have suffered, you should have recovered by now. However, under the effect of your own origin of nature, the energy in your body should have been cleared." When she said the last sentence, there was a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Snow Girl had never known that when Chi-Yu fought with her before, the energy he used did not belong to him at all. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "It's good that it has been cleared." "No, it shouldn't be said to be cleared, but completely replenished. The energy in my body was originally negative, but now it has become 0. I can't be more happy." Ignoring Snow Girl's surprised gaze, Chi-Yu said to Wen-Ting, "This is the habitat of a powerful beast. We'd better leave quickly and find another place. My body's condition can't be better now. As long as I practice again, I believe that I can recover to my previous level in half a year at most." Wen-Ting stood up, hugged Chi-Yu, and kissed him hard on the lips. "Ah, rogue." Chi-Yu had always been a person who took advantage of others. He smiled and looked at Wen-Ting, who had tears in her eyes. He could feel how excited Wen-Ting was at this time. "This is great. This is really great. Chi-Yu, do you know? I've been looking forward to this day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon." Wen-Ting ignored Chi-Yu's teasing. She leaned on his chest, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "All right, let's leave this place first. Although the damage caused by the ultimate Kirin's arm has healed, we still have to find the Kunlun mirrors of the 10 great artifacts and return to our era. Only then will it be a good thing." Wen-Ting nodded gently, but she leaned on Chi-Yu's chest and did not have the slightest intention of getting up. She clearly felt that the feeling of being hugged by 2 hands was more secure than a single hand. At this moment, her heart was filled with happiness. Chi-Yu chuckled and said, "Honey, if you continue to hug me like this, I might not be able to control myself and want to consummate the marriage immediately. You're so annoying." Wen-Ting pounded Chi-Yu's chest lightly before she broke away from his embrace. "Then let's go now, Snow Girl. Do you still remember the cooperation we talked about before? In order to leave this era, We have to cooperate without any ill feelings. I hope you understand what I mean." Snow Girl did not seem to notice the intimacy between Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting. She said indifferently, "Since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. Let's go." Her words were still so concise. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and walked out of the cave. Chi-Yu held Wen-Ting's little hand and followed behind Snow Girl. Before leaving, he did not forget to put the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizards, silver horn into his Kirin Pearl. Although his energy had not recovered yet, he only needed to shake hands with Wen-Ting to borrow some weak energy. When Chi-Yu's trio and the deep-sea nether serpent stealthily left the cave and entered the vast forest, Chi-Yu finally experienced how terrifying the primal Chaos King's strength was. The 10-meter-wide passageway was so wide that one couldn't see the end of it. Both sides were filled with dense primordial forests, but this passageway was a gray path. The original vegetation had completely disappeared. The deep-sea nether snake said, "See? That's how that guy came over. Its body is more than 100 meters long and it looks like a dog." That special attribute of primal chaos energy was something no other energy could restrain. I'm afraid that in this world, the only thing that can make chaos feel fear is your Kirin's ultimate Kirin arm. Chi-Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Let's not talk anymore. Let's get out of here first." The deep-sea nether snake's huge body crawled on the ground and said, "Come on up, all of you. In this complicated terrain, I should be much faster than you." Although his energy had not recovered yet, the stream water he absorbed just now had greatly replenished the water elements he needed. Chi-Yu did not stand on ceremony. He directly sat on the deep-sea nether snake's big head. Snow Girl floated up and landed on the snake's head on the left side of Chi-Yu, while Wen-Ting landed on the snake's head on the right side of Chi-Yu. The deep-sea nether snake did not greet them. When the three of them got on its huge body, its dark black body suddenly twisted, stuck close to the ground, and quickly swam in a certain direction. The direction it chose was the opposite direction from where the Chaos King had left. The deep-sea nether snake moved quickly into the distance, while Chi-Yu and the others observed the surrounding scenery. After all, they had just arrived in this world. In addition to the fear in their hearts, they also had a lot of curiosity about this world. The forest was full of tall trees, and most of them could not name them. Flowers, plants, and trees of various colors densely covered the entire primeval forest. If the deep-sea nether snake's body was not large and tough enough, ordinary people would want to move forward in such an environment. The resistance they faced was huge. What Chi-Yu liked the most was the air of this era. Through the dense branches and leaves above their heads, they could vaguely see the clear and flawless blue sky. In this era, the pure sky without any pollution looked so beautiful. Even the light of the sun was much stronger than what Chi-Yu knew. However, the light of the sun was not dazzling. The uneven shadows of the trees fell on their bodies, making them feel warm. It was indescribably comfortable. The air was so fresh. After taking a deep breath of the moist air, it felt as if every cell in the body was full of vitality. After a while, Chi-Yu suddenly realized a very important problem, and that was food. After coming to this world, they had not eaten anything, although the energy brought by cultivation made them feel no hunger. At this time, Chi-Yu's stomach began to bulge. Water and food were indispensable sources of energy for humans. "Ting-Ting, are you hungry?" Chi-Yu looked at Wen-Ting. Wen-Ting was obviously attracted by the surrounding scenery. Moreover, she liked this natural primeval forest. She liked it even more than Chi-Yu. After all, she was not a real human. Whether it was the bloodline of divine beast or ferocious beast, she was full of affection for this dense primeval forest. "A little, but it's not serious. Chi-Yu, is there anything to eat in your Kirin bead?" Wen-Ting asked. Chi-Yu shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Of course not. Our food is all in the car. My precious car. I don't know how it is now. I hope it won't be stolen. I don't have the energy to activate the Kirin bead. For convenience, didn't I leave it in the car? Now that I think about it, it's better to put it in the Kirin bead. Wen Ting chuckled and said, Your concubine won't be stolen. After all, such an expensive car should have a good anti-theft system. Don't worry, this world won't let us starve. There must be a lot of things to eat in the primeval forest. Look, aren't there all kinds of fruits everywhere in the forest? Chi Yu said, There are a lot of fruits, but do you dare to eat them? Do you know which ones are poisonous and which ones are not? Wen Ting smiled bitterly and said, I don't know how many years this era is from our era. The plants here are completely different from our world. The deep-sea nether snake said, Not to mention you. Even I don't know the various foods in this forest. Even in the late period of the ancient beasts, it was 100,000 years from our original era. How can we know the plants here? Chi Yu said, It seems that we can only imitate Shinong and taste the herbs. They won't die anyway. After listening to Chi Yu's words, Wen Ting couldn't help but think of the detoxification method that Chi Yu said before, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. At this time, Snow Girl said with some doubt, Don't you know which plants are poisonous and which plants are not? She looked at Chi Yu. Chi Yu was stunned and said, Why should I know? Snow Girl said indifferently, You are the source of nature, and you have the ability to transfer the creatures of nature. You can communicate with them. Chi Yu scratched his head and said, I still don't understand the specific meaning of the source of nature you said, let alone using the energy that belongs to the source of nature. Snow Girl looked at Chi Yu, and Chi Yu suddenly found that there seemed to be something in her eyes. It was not as cold as before, and even a little awkward. Then use your heart to feel it. After saying this, Snow Girl closed her eyes and actually stood on the big head of the deep-sea nether snake to cultivate. Her feet seemed to be nailed to the deep-sea nether snake. No matter how the deep-sea nether snake moved forward, it would not sway at all. Using his heart to feel it, Chi Yu and Wen Ting looked at each other. He suddenly remembered that Wen Ting once said that Snow Girl was very likely to cultivate from plants. If this was the case, then her understanding of plants was obviously much better than him and Wen Ting. Since she said so, there was no harm in giving it a try. Thinking of this, Chi Yu winked at Wen Ting. After all, they could not completely trust the Snow Girl, so he naturally meant to let Wen Ting monitor the Snow Girl. Closing his eyes and breathing the fresh and moist air, Chi Yu focused his mind. Although he did not quite understand what it meant to feel it with his heart, he could use his spiritual power to explore. His body had completely recovered. Although the energy was not there, after absorbing the energy of the reincarnation fruit, it brought him another benefit, which was a great improvement of his spiritual power. At first, Chi Yu only felt the change of his spiritual power, but when he really concentrated on using his spiritual power, he was immediately shocked by the feeling of his spiritual power. Activating his mental power, Chi Yu did not have to deliberately control it. He suddenly discovered that his mental world suddenly lit up, as if his soul had appeared in another space. Everything around him became abnormally clear, and the place where this mental power appeared was about 100 meters away from the primordial forest. Using his spiritual power, Chi Yu saw the nether snake moving quickly in the deep sea below him. He also saw himself, Wen Ting, and Snow Girl behind the nether snake. His perception quickly increased. Although there were some places that he could not see, he could vaguely feel that he had already grasped everything in the entire forest. Using his heart to feel, Chi Yu stabilized his shocked state of mind and gradually dispersed his spiritual power to the surroundings. Suddenly, his spiritual world changed. Everything that could be seen suddenly became blurry, and a strange feeling filled Chi Yu's heart. He seemed to be able to see everything within a radius of 1,000 miles, but it also seemed as if he could not see anything. Through his immense mental power perception, Chi Yu discovered that although the vegetation in this primeval forest was extremely lush, there was no aura of any animals. Be it ferocious beasts, divine beasts, or ordinary animals, there was no aura at all. He quickly understood why this was the case. Perhaps the various animals in this primeval forest had long been devoured by the primal chaos. Even if they were still alive, who knew where they had run off to? Chi Yu did not quite understand why his spiritual power was actually so powerful, but he could vaguely feel that although his spiritual power was very strong, it could only be used for detection and did not have any offensive ability. Chi Yu did not know why, but even if it could only be used for detection, with such a large range, it could still bring great benefits to him. Chi Yu was a smart person. After gradually adapting to the changes in his spiritual power, he thought of a way to use his heart to feel, and that was through the exchange of spiritual power. He concentrated his spiritual power and no longer used it to detect everything in a large area, but directly poured it into a tree that he did not recognize. There was a faint energy fluctuation in the tree. The tree did not have intelligence, and it was impossible for it to speak. However, when Chi Yu's spiritual power entered the tree, everything was immediately imprinted in his mind, including the entire growth process of the tree from the day it was born to the present, and the various characteristics of the tree. All of them were clearly left in Chi Yu's memory. This discovery immediately made Chi Yu overjoyed. He quickly tested this method on more than a dozen different plants, and it turned out that no plant could hide from his spiritual power. Moreover, after these plants sensed Chi Yu's spiritual power, they would actually send out a very pleasant message, as if they were very close to Chi Yu. This was the ability of the origin of nature. Chi Yu opened his eyes and could not help but laugh out loud. Wen Ting was startled by his sudden laughter. "What's wrong? You're not possessed, are you?" Chi Yu smiled and told her everything he had just felt. After listening to his words, Wen Ting couldn't help but be surprised. Even the deep-sea nether snake was stunned by everything he described. "Chi Yu, so you're saying that as long as it's a place with plants, nothing can escape your gaze?" The deep-sea nether serpent said in a profound tone. "Chi Yu said it should be like this. However, my spiritual power is still limited and it can only be used for exploration. I just roughly estimated that within a radius of 100 square kilometers, I can clearly feel everything that is happening on every plant. Beyond this range, the things that I can sense will be much less. If it exceeds 1,000 square kilometers, then I will become unable to sense anything. It seems that my origin of nature also has a certain limit." The deep-sea nether snake said angrily, "This world is balanced. Do you think you are God? Do you really think you can sense the plants in the world?" Although he said that he did not know why, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he followed Chi Yu, he had never felt that Chi Yu was afraid. However, it was different now. There was no energy in Ming Ming's body, but the deep-sea nether snake vaguely predicted that this human who had inherited Kirin's bloodline would definitely have a huge impact on it in the future. Anyway, the problem of food has been solved. Everything else is not important. Chi Yu asked the deep-sea nether snake to stop first. Then he picked a dozen fruits from a strange tree that was about 5 meters tall and had an unusually large crown. Although he had no energy, his body was very strong. He stood on the tree and threw them down. He first gave them to Wen Ting and Snow Girl, then threw a large number of fruits into the mouth of the deep-sea nether snake. The fruit was light green, like an unripe apple. Wen Ting gently wiped it on her clothes and carefully took a bite. Suddenly, a clear and sweet juice flowed into her mouth. The green flesh was very soft, like eating cotton candy. However, the taste was surprisingly good, and the juice was very rich, solving the problem of hunger and thirst at the same time. Chi Yu gave it to them while eating himself. He praised, "The taste is really good. It has the sweetness of mangoes and the juiciness of oranges. However, these plants have no names. Let me give them a name. Let's call them mang oranges. What do you think?" Snow Girl looked at Chi Yu and spat out 2 words, very bad. Wen Ting laughed and said, "What's wrong? Is the name I came up with bad? But I can feel that Mang oranges are very satisfied with this name. The surrounding Mang oranges are exuding a pleasant feeling. Wen Ting smiled and said, "This can only prove one thing. They are the same as you." Snow Girl cooperated and said, "Uncultured." You are deliberately going against me, aren't you?" Chi Yu looked at the two girls and shook his head helplessly. "I am uncultured. So what? Anyway, I have a wife and a daughter. What's there to be afraid of if I am uncultured? I am a hooligan." Snow Girl's expression changed slightly and said, "Who are you saying is your daughter?" Chi Yu chuckled. "I know who I'm talking about. However, it's a snow lady. Now that you have her covered, is it possible for your other personality to awaken? To be honest, I still like the Snow Girl who calls me Daddy." Snow Girl snorted and said, "She will never wake up. I have to thank you for letting me get used to the feeling of fire." Chapter 117. Snow Girl's face looked a little pale. Her eyes exuded an extremely complicated light in an instant. She lowered her head and said faintly, "If we can go back, maybe I will tell you everything. In this era, even if I say it, what's the point?" Chi Yu threw some fruits to them again, and then quickly stored the rest of the fruits into his Kirin bead. "Do whatever you want. You're right. If we stay in this era, even if we want to help you, we can't." After picking up enough food for a period of time, Chi Yu's trio and the deep-sea nether snake resumed their journey. Through the exploration of the plants, Chi Yu found that his prediction was correct. Since the Chaos King came to this primeval forest and designated it as his territory, all kinds of animals here have been out of luck. Whether it is a divine beast, a ferocious beast, or an ordinary animal, they can't escape his powerful devouring power. His devouring power is different from Chi Yu's. The gray energy seems to have a lot of special abilities. Through the memory of the plant's natural growth, Chi Yu can only perceive a general idea, but can't really see it clearly. For a whole day, even with the deep-sea nether snake's full speed, they still haven't walked out of this vast primeval forest. After a day of observation of this world, Chi Yu found that he seems to like this world. At least, in this world, everything is so primitive. There is no human intrigue, and there is no pollution. Pure air, all kinds of delicious fruits of nature attract him. In this era, he found that his mood is a lot calmer, and his previous troubles seem to have disappeared. Apart from missing his lover and friends, he doesn't have much nostalgia for the original world. "If I have to choose under the premise of safety, I'm afraid I will choose this world." Night fell. Leaning against a big tree, Chi Yu looked at the bright stars in the sky through the dense branches and leaves and couldn't help but sigh. Wen Ting was next to Chi Yu, their shoulders leaning against each other. "But we don't have the right to choose our own destiny. Chi Yu, if you're willing, I'd rather stay with you in this era than return to our original era." Chi Yu looked at Wen Ting in surprise and asked, "Why?" Wen Ting sighed and said, "Perhaps it's because that era left me with too many memories. My father was born in the late period of the ancient beasts. By the time he grew up, humans had already developed to the point where they had their own country. Later, my mother gave birth to me after 1,000 years of misery. Everything that had happened to them had filled me with fear towards this world. If I could stay with you in this beautiful primeval forest, I think I am very willing." Chi Yu gently pulled Wen Ting into his arms and said, "This is just an idealization, but in reality it's impossible to achieve. In any era, in any world, there will be all kinds of contradictions, and these contradictions have doomed our lives to be unable to be peaceful. I've inherited Kirin's bloodline, and you're Kirin's descendant. Do you think we can really survive in this era peacefully? Let's not talk about other things, but the return of chaos is not something we can resist." Wen Ting lowered her head and leaned on Chi Yu's shoulder. "I know. So this is just a wish of mine. After all, I'm not everything in your heart." Chi Yu didn't say anything. This question was a bit awkward for him. Indeed, in his heart, besides Wen Ting, there were also Ruyue, Mingming, Shangbing, and his friends. Although the original world was full of all kinds of negative factors. But that was his world after all. Snow Girl had already entered a state of cultivation. Her body no longer emitted a cold aura, as if her energy was completely restrained. Her calm face looked very serene. Perhaps only when she was cultivating would Qi Yu be able to find the figure of his daughter. Wen Ting raised her head and said, "All right, hurry up and cultivate. I'll watch over you. The earlier you recover your abilities, the more likely we will be to find the whereabouts of the Kunlun mirrors." Qi Yu looked at Wen Ting. Her gaze was very gentle, as if she didn't blame him. Qi Yu sat cross-legged and leaned against a big tree, beginning another round of cultivation after his body recovered. Qi Yu couldn't be more familiar with the rising scale technique. This was the first time he cultivated after his body recovered, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Under the influence of the spring of nature, the blue sea thunder pearl and the golden rock NEI pill in his body had only circulated along with the energy and returned to his dantian in the end. Now that his body had recovered, even Qi Yu himself couldn't be sure what kind of effect cultivation would bring. He also couldn't be sure when he could use these treasures in his dantian to increase his strength. A faint thundercloud force gradually appeared with the circulation of the rising scale technique. Qi Yu realized that the benefits of increasing his spiritual power were not only reflected in his ability to detect plants. When he had just started cultivating, his spiritual power could clearly and completely display his body's functions in his spiritual world. His wide and tough meridians were empty. Qi Yu realized that the insides of his body seemed to have turned into a jadeite. There was a crystal clear green color everywhere. Only his blood was still bright red. With the activation of his spiritual power, the blood that belonged to Kirin gradually emitted the energy that Qi Yu should have. It began to send out a summoning signal to the various elemental energy molecules in the air. At the beginning, everything was very normal. Qi Yu didn't feel too much. The energy molecules were still filtered through the Kirin bead in front of his chest before entering his body. However, not long after, Qi Yu gradually realized that there were changes. The energy in the air not only flowed into his body through the Kirin bead, but at the same time all 36,000 pores on his body seemed to have opened up. Just like when he absorbed the energy of nature, he continuously absorbed the energy molecules in the air. However, after the absorption, the energy molecules didn't directly enter his meridians. Instead, they slowly passed through his skin and gradually flowed into his meridians. This process felt a little slow, and after the energy molecules passed through his skin, the volume seemed to have greatly reduced. Qi Yu guessed that this might be because he was the source of nature. If he could really help the Kirin bead absorb the energy molecules through his pores, it might be very beneficial to improve his cultivation speed. However, the energy molecules seemed to have lost a lot when they passed through his skin, muscles, and bones. Before they even got close to his meridians, he couldn't feel them anymore. After the energy was filtered through the Kirin bead, it seemed to have to pass through his skin, muscles, and bones. This process of filtering made the originally slow absorption even slower. Realizing this, Qi Yu couldn't do anything about it. He could only continue to cultivate now. He was very clear that the cultivation process at the beginning of the rising Qilin tactic must be very difficult, just like when he first started cultivating. If he wanted to have great strength, he had to work hard. As the rising Qilin tactic in his body continued to operate under the drive of his mental strength, the energy molecules that he absorbed from the outside world slowly entered his body after Qi Yu completed a big cloud cycle. During the filtering process, the energy molecules had become extremely small. Fortunately, Qi Yu's mental strength was very strong, so he could barely feel it. This discovery made Qi Yu feel a little discouraged. This cultivation speed was at least 10 times slower than when he first started cultivating after he woke up. If that was the case, how long would it take for him to regain his former strength? All of this seemed to have happened after he became the source of nature. Could it be that after gaining the ability to communicate with plants, it would greatly affect his cultivation? If this was the case, he would rather not become the source of nature. Just as Chi-Yu's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, the energy finally entered his meridians. Under the control of his mental power, it began to circulate according to the ascending Qilin method. It was an extremely minuscule amount of energy. Regardless of whether it came from the Qilin pearl or through his skin, it was only a tiny bit when gathered together. Just when Chi-Yu was suffering from the impact of accepting the source of nature, a strange change occurred. The small amount of thundercloud force slowly ran in his meridians. When Chi-Yu inadvertently concentrated his mental strength on the small amount of thundercloud force, he immediately found an energy aura that was very different from before. Although it was only a small amount of thundercloud force, Chi-Yu actually felt a rather strong energy fluctuation in that small amount of thundercloud force. This discovery immediately aroused hope in his heart. He hurriedly concentrated his mental strength and carefully observed the small amount of energy. After this observation, Chi-Yu's mood immediately changed from great sorrow to great joy. The reason for Chi-Yu's excitement was very simple. Although the volume of the energy that was condensed was very small, the energy contained in it was completely not proportional to its volume. To put it simply, in the case of the same volume, the condensed energy was actually dozens of times more than before. In other words, it was not that Chi-Yu's cultivation energy was less, but that the energy had completed the process of compression when it was absorbed into his body. What made Chi-Yu even more surprised was that the new thundercloud force was not as simple as compression. There was not a trace of impurities in it, just like the pure and compressed thundercloud force that he felt when he felt the energy aura of Snow Girl. What did this mean? Chi-Yu forcibly suppressed his surging emotions. Looking at the jade-like meridians, bones, and muscles in his body, he gradually understood. After his body became the source of nature, he had the ability to directly draw plant energy from nature. However, this natural energy could only transform his body and help him recover when his body was injured. At the same time, although it could not directly become his attack energy, it had other uses. After his body had been completely transformed, when he cultivated the ascending Qilin skill, his transformed body could absorb energy molecules in the air through every pore. Just like Kirin's ascending cloud technique, the absorption speed of energy molecules was greatly increased. At the same time, in this case, his skin, bones, muscles, and meridians would undergo a process of filtration and compression of the energy absorbed into his body, which made the final energy he possessed extremely pure. His meridians were much wider and tougher than before, and because of the compression, his energy intensity had greatly increased. What this represented was very simple. With such potential, his future development was simply limitless. Even Qilin 9 clouds might not be the final destination of his cultivation. The reincarnation fruit, it must be the energy of the reincarnation fruit. It should be the real source of nature. Otherwise, how could a green phosphor tree, splitting lizards, NEI, pill, have such a huge change in his body? After thinking this through, Chi-Yu could not help but sigh in his heart. Although the reincarnation fruit had brought him to this strange era, it had also completely transformed his body, giving him the foundation to become a peerless powerhouse. What Chi-Yu did not know was that not only did the reincarnation fruit have a huge impact on him, but when Ting and Snow Girl had also become different from before. Although their energy did not increase, their bodies had also undergone a huge change after 49 days of cultivation under the effect of the huge amount of natural energy. It was just that this change had not been reflected yet. After regaining his confidence, Chi-Yu did not need to control his spiritual power at all. Instead, he started to cultivate cooperatively with the thundercloud force. With such pure compressed energy, what he needed to do now was to make more and more compressed energy in the process of continuous cultivation, so that he could return to the 4-cloud level as soon as possible. In the early morning, The dense primeval forest was full of vitality. However, it was a pity that there was no sound of insects or birds in such a dense forest. It was still a clear blue sky, and the bright sunlight shone on the earth. In this completely natural world, the ozone layer had not been destroyed. Therefore, although the sunlight was strong, the harmful sunspots were much less than in the world where Chiyu and the others came from. The first one to open her eyes was Snow Girl. Sensing the aura around her, she found that she was actually in a rare good mood. Especially when she sensed the vitality of the plants around her, she could not help but reveal a faint smile on her cold, pretty face. She looked around and fixed her eyes on Chiyu and Wenting. At this moment, there was a trace of complicated light in her eyes. It was not hatred, but it was not confusion either. Looking at Chiyu and Wenting, her eyes were much softer than before, especially when her eyes fell on Chiyu. She actually revealed a faint sense of intimacy. She raised her hands in front of her, and a faint blue light flowed. A lotus condensed from ice crystals slowly appeared. It was a holy snow lotus. Every petal was so real and exquisite, and the blooming lotus emitted a faint cold aura. The Snow Girl stared at it, and the light in her eyes gradually became sad. Feeling the change in Snow Girl's energy, Chiyu and Wenting woke up from their meditation at almost the same time. Chiyu's cultivation method was similar to Wenting's. Although Wenting was not a pure-blood Kirin, as a Fire Lin Fox, her mother had already combined the abilities of the Fire Fox clan and the Kirin clan when she was still pregnant with her, and developed a cultivation method suitable for her. Wenting did not look at the Snow Girl. Her eyes seemed to be a little confused. Occasionally there was a flash of excitement, but there was also some hesitation, as if there was something she was not sure about. Seeing that Chiyu and Wenting had woken up from their cultivation, the snow lotus in Snow Girl's hand suddenly disappeared. She stood up and walked to the side, looking at the towering ancient trees alone. Chiyu also stood up and smiled. He patted the big head of the deep-sea nether snake and said, "Brother Nether Snake, should we set off?" The deep-sea nether snake swayed its big head and opened its 18 eyes. The light in its eyes was obviously brighter than yesterday. Chiyu knew that although it was only a night of cultivation, he was not the only one who had gained something. With the energy obtained from yesterday's cultivation, Chiyu easily activated the Kirin Pearl and took out a large number of fruits for everyone. The fruits tasted really good. Although it was not as satisfying as eating fish and meat, the nutrition was enough to sustain their survival. After all, at their realm, they only needed a certain amount of water and food every day. With a smile, Chiyu ate and said, "I have sensed the surrounding trees through my spiritual power. From the information I got from these plants, as long as we continue in the original direction, with yesterday's speed, I estimate that we will be able to leave this primeval forest in about 2 days." The deep-sea nether snake's 9 big heads lifted up. "Now, I just hope that chaos doesn't chase after us," Snow Girl said faintly. "So what if it chases after us? Is retreating the only way?" Chiyu smiled and said, "Snow Girl is right. If it chases after us, I will just use the ultimate Kirin arm again. It will scare it to death." Before he finished speaking, he saw Wenting's unfriendly gaze. He quickly changed his words and said, "Of course, it will be best if we don't meet it." The deep-sea nether snake said, "All right, let's go." The 3 big heads attached and let Chiyu and the other 2 get on its body. With a stretch of its body, it moved forward quickly in the primeval forest again. The deep-sea nether snake's speed was very amazing. With yesterday's cultivation, his speed had obviously increased a little today. The various plants in the primeval forest were very dense, which was a great hindrance to moving forward. However, the deep-sea nether snake's spiritual power was really amazing. It could always clearly judge the arrangement of the plants in front of it. It bypassed those huge plants and quickly moved forward. At the same time, its sense of direction was also very strong. It was almost moving in a straight line in a fast speed. After last night's cultivation experience, Chi-Yu did not want to waste any time to cultivate now. Sitting on the deep-sea nether snake's big head, he divided his spiritual power into 2 parts and slowly cultivated his ascending Qilin skill. Although this kind of cultivation was not as effective as concentrating and meditating, it could slowly improve the thundercloud force in his body. Perhaps it was because he had broken through to the four-cloud realm. As he cultivated, Chi-Yu found that he did not seem to need to pass through the bottleneck that he had broken through before. He only needed to constantly improve his energy, and it seemed that he could reach his previous cultivation. 2 days passed. When they finally passed through the dense primeval forest, they entered a mountain range. This mountain range seemed to have more vitality than the primeval forest before. Chi-Yu also finally heard the sounds of insects and birds that he had been hoping to hear. Okay, we can rest for a while this time. Jumping nimbly from the head of the deep-sea nether snake to the ground, Chi-Yu stretched his body. His bones cracked, as if all the veins in his body were stretched at this moment. His eyes flickered as he observed the surrounding environment. Ever since he came to this strange era, he had been in a state of tension. Although he had left the territory of the Chaos King, it did not mean that he was definitely safe. After all, in this era, the ancient beasts were the real masters. When Ting came to Chi-Yu's side and said, "It feels more comfortable here than in the forest." Indeed, although plants also had life energy, there was still a big difference between them and animals. Looking at the various strange insects that occasionally flew out of the surrounding trees, her mood suddenly became better. Over the past 2 days, Chi-Yu's thundercloud force had become much stronger than at the beginning. Although the energy absorbed during cultivation would be reduced by a portion due to the filtering process, the condensed energy was the purest. Ting, I have been thinking for the past 2 days. You said that I have recovered my arm, so can we still perform fusion again? Chi-Yu asked while thinking. When Ting was stunned for a moment, then shook her head gently and said, "I'm afraid not. After all, our fusion is based on the living beast's relics, but now," just as she said this, all of a sudden, their gazes shifted to the side at the same time. A black shadow darted over like a bolt of lightning and plunged into the forest. Although it was only for a moment, the 3 of them had sharp eyesight. They could clearly see that it was actually a human figure. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. On the other hand, the deep-sea nether snake was very relaxed. "Don't be so nervous. Do you think that humanoid beasts or humanoid divine beasts are so worthless? Even during the era of ancient beasts, such top-notch experts were very rare. We aren't that bad, right?" Before Chi-Yu could speak, a head popped out from the forest that the black shadow had flashed into and looked at Chi-Yu and the others with twinkling eyes. It was a teenager who looked like he was only in his teens, wearing clothes woven from leaves. His eyes seemed to be a little afraid, and he was very vigilant. Finally, his eyes fell on the huge deep-sea nether snake. Chi-Yu said, "Hello, little brother. We mean no harm." Seeing that his kind had appeared, Chi-Yu couldn't help but feel a little excited. The teenager looked at Chi-Yu blankly. Obviously, he didn't understand what he said, so he mumbled something. Chi-Yu and the others were naturally confused. They didn't understand what he meant. They didn't speak the same language, so how could they communicate? Perhaps this problem would trouble the other party, but it wasn't a problem for Chi-Yu. His black pupils became deep, and his mental power instantly spread, covering hundreds of square kilometers around him. After a few days of using it, Chi-Yu's control of his mental power had made great progress compared to before. His purpose was very simple. With the ability of the source of nature, he could communicate with the surrounding plants. These plants had lived in this mountain range for many years, so they naturally had a certain understanding of the humans here. Through them, he could naturally feel the meaning of the other party's words. When Chi-Yu used his mental power, he only judged that there was a possibility of success in theory. When he really understood the meaning of the teenagers' words through the plants, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Previously, the teenager said to them, "Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here?" His mental power was powerful enough, so Chi Yu imprinted the other party's language in his brain according to the various information provided by the plants. Although he was still a little unfamiliar with the language, he could already communicate with the teenager in front of him in a simple manner. Seeing that Chi Yu and the others didn't move, the teenager couldn't help but subconsciously take a few steps back. He flashed behind another big tree. His movements were very agile, much better than the ordinary people in Chi Yu's era. "Little brother, don't be afraid. We mean no harm." Chi Yu used his newly learned language to try to communicate with the other party. When Wen-Ting and Snow Girl heard Chi Yu also speak the other party's language, their beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with surprise. The teenager looked at Chi Yu, and his eyes seemed to soften a little. He tentatively asked, "You really don't mean any harm? Then what is the big snake next to you? Did it come with you?" Chi Yu said, "Friend, do you understand? This big snake is our friend. It is very docile and won't hurt you." The teenager was obviously not timid. After listening to Chi Yu's words, he didn't doubt it too much and actually believed it. He slowly walked out from behind the tree and said, "If you don't mean any harm, then can we also be friends? Your clothes are so strange." As he spoke, he curiously looked at Chi Yu and the others. Taking advantage of the short time when the teenager walked out, Chi Yu used his own spiritual power to connect with Wen-Ting and passed the same language spiritual imprint to her, so that Wen-Ting could understand their conversation. As for Snow Girl, there was no way. After all, her blood was not connected to Chi Yu's, so Chi Yu also didn't dare to use his spiritual power to invade her brain. After all, Snow Girl had always been very wary of them. Chi Yu smiled and said, "We came from the other side and got lost, so we came here. Who are you? Do you have any friends nearby?" The teenager walked to Chi Yu's side and carefully looked at the deep-sea nether snake. He was still a little scared and didn't dare to approach. Chi Yu used his spiritual power to remind the deep-sea nether snake. At this time, his body had already coiled up, and his 9 big heads were in the middle, trying to make his 18 deep eyes look gentle. The teenager said, "This mountain is the territory of our people. What race are you? Where are you from?" Chi Yu's heart moved, and he said, "We came from the west. We are Han people. What about you?" There was a trace of a smile on the teenager's face, coupled with his dark skin. He looked very simple and honest. "I am an earthling. Welcome, guests from afar." As he spoke, he made a strange gesture towards Chi Yu. Chi Yu learned from the plant through his spiritual power that this was a greeting gesture. Through the young man's ability to speak, he could vaguely tell that he was at least in the middle of the ancient Almighty Beast era. The development of humans was a long process, especially in primitive societies, which had gone through a long period of time. He once learned from Xie Ji that the primitive society of human beings was originally blended with the ancient behemoth period. Probably in the early years of the ancient behemoth period, human beings already had a certain degree of wisdom and the ability to speak. Chi Yu learned from the other party and also made a friendly gesture. "Little brother, can you take us to see your people?" The teenager nodded and said, "Then you can come with me. However, can this big snake not come with me? I am afraid it will scare my people. I need the permission of the chief to take it with me." Chi Yu smiled and said, "Of course you can." "Oh, yes, I still don't know your name." "My name is Chi Yu. These two are my friends. She is Wen-Ting and this is Snow Girl." The teenager looked at Wen-Ting and Snow Girl and said sincerely, "Both sisters are so beautiful. Even the most beautiful woman in our tribe is not as beautiful as them." Listening to his praise, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel a little proud. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. Let's go." The young man from the two clan nodded. He then turned around and started climbing up the mountain. Chapter 118. Chi Yu asked Wen-Ting to explain their conversation to Snow Girl. The 3 of them followed behind the young man and climbed up the mountain. The young man was obviously very familiar with the terrain here, and it seemed like he wanted to show off his skills in front of Chiyu and the others. His climbing speed was very fast, like a nimble ape. Of course, even if his speed was faster, it wouldn't be a problem for Chiyu and the others. Among the three of them, Chiyu's energy was the weakest, but he had the Kirin's body after all. After recovering his right arm, his body's potential had also completely recovered. In the process of climbing, he easily followed behind the young man by relying on the little energy in his body and his strong body. As for Winting and Snow Girl, the two of them only used some plants or the mountain to support themselves, one on the left and the other on the right, following beside Chiyu. The four of them quickly reached the top of the mountain. This mountain wasn't the highest in the mountain range. Standing on the top of the mountain, they could see a large number of mountains in front of them. Between the mountains, there was a green ocean. Chiyu couldn't help but sigh. This is pure nature, the original ecology. In our era, I'm afraid there isn't such a beautiful place in any country. The young man turned his head and smiled at Chiyu, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Big brother, if we go down from here and climb over 2 mountains, we will reach a branch of our tribe. That is my home. You guys are all very good. In my tribe, I'm famous for climbing mountains, but I didn't fall behind. Chiyu smiled and said, I think every tribe is the same. If we didn't have a good body, we wouldn't have dared to come out and explore. The young man's eyes revealed a look of admiration and said, Yes, I really admire you guys. There are all kinds of monsters outside. If it was me, I'm afraid I would not be able to go far before being eaten by monsters. Chiyu's heart moved, and he said, This mountain range is so vast. Is it all the territory of your tribe? Won't those monsters invade? The youth said proudly, Of course, this entire mountain range is the territory of our Earth race. We are the famous High Mountain Earth race. Some people call us the High Mountain Earth race. Actually, we are just a branch of the Earth race. Big brother, you should know that our Earth race is one of the largest human races. Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. This young man was obviously not on guard against him. It was the best time for him to understand this world. With a thought, he came to the young man's side. As he walked forward, he said, Little brother, the reason we came out this time is to see the outside world. We, the Han, are a very small race, and we have always stayed in our own territory and rarely come out. This time, I want to see for myself what are the major human races that you mentioned just now. The young man did not doubt him and said, Although we humans have a lot of people now, we are still very weak. There is no way we can contend against those huge monsters. There are 5 major races in total, and our Earth race is one of them. There are also the White race, the Moon race, the Julie people, and the Fire race. Among them, our Earth race has the most people, followed by the White race and then the Julie people. The Julie people are not good people, they're very fierce, and they're the common enemy of the other major races. The Fire race and the Moon race have much fewer people, but they all have some special powers that can protect their people. Our High Mountain Earth race is the Earth race that lives in the mountains. In this mountain range, we have a total of 36 tribes. The chief of the largest tribe is our High Mountain Earth race. My own tribe is ranked 7th among the 36 tribes. After listening to the young man's words, Chiyu suddenly had a new understanding of this world. Human beings seem to have developed to a certain extent. Since they could be divided into 5 major races, then the primitive society should have already passed the era of the matriarchal community. Xie Zhi's voice sounded in Chiyu's heart. According to what this child said, it should be the middle and late period of the ancient giant beasts. It is the period when human beings have just begun to show their talents. Since the rise of the 5 major human races, they gradually began to develop rapidly, and the ancient giant beasts are also going to decline. Chiyu was a little curious and said, Why would the ancient giant beasts, which are so powerful, go to decline? Is it because of the constant fighting between the mythological beasts and the ferocious beasts? Xie Zhi said, No, it's not like that. The end of the ancient giant beasts is closely related to you humans. The wisdom of humans is comparable to the highest level of ancient giant beasts. Although their abilities are not strong, there are some people among the humans who are favored by the gods. As long as these people have the power of the gods, they can also have great power. Moreover, the wisdom of humans prevents them from directly confronting the mythological beasts or the ferocious beasts. Under the influence of wisdom, they can use too many things. It is precisely because of this that human beings continue to develop, while the ferocious beasts and the mythological beasts gradually go into a process of decline under the influence of fighting and human beings. I think when you have more contact with the humans of this era, you will understand. Xie Zhi's voice disappeared, and Qi Yu came back to his senses. He only heard the young man continue to say, "Big brother, since you have come here, why don't you join our Earth race? You all look so good. Our tribe welcomes you to join." Qi smiled and said, "Little brother, aren't you afraid that we are bad people?" The young man said, "Of course not. Other than the Jilly people, there are no bad people among us humans." Qi Yu smiled and said, "Then are you sure that we are not Jilly people?" The young man said, "Of course. The Jilly people are different from us. In other words, there are certain differences between the humans of each race. For example, there are more women in the moon race and more men in the fire race. As for the Jilly people, they are born with a fierce aura. Moreover, their bodies are huge and they are half a body taller than ordinary people like us. The aura on your body makes me feel very close. How could you be Jilly people? However, the big snake that you saw just now looked like a creature of the Jilly people. Big brother, are you really Jilly people?" Qi Yu smiled and said, "Of course not. Here are some fruits for you to eat." As he spoke, he magically took out a few fruits that he named and handed them to the young man. The young man did not stand on ceremony and started eating them right away. "Oh, by the way, big brother, I forgot to tell you that my name is Toussaint, so you can just call me by my name. These fruits taste really good, and we don't even have them in the mountains. Big brother, where did you get them from?" Qi Yu pointed behind him and said, "It's the forest from before." The young man looked at him in shock and asked, "Did you walk out from the forest of death? Didn't you encounter the Devil King inside?" "Devil King? What Devil King?" Qi Yu asked curiously. The young man explained, "Legend has it that there's an extremely ferocious Devil King in the forest. Whether it's humans or animals, will be eaten as soon as we enter the forest. Our chief strictly ordered us not to enter the forest, but I didn't expect you to be able to walk out from there." Qi Yu knew that the young man was referring to the Chaos King. "We didn't encounter anything. It's fine, it's fine. I'm a little scared after hearing what you said." After all, he could not let the young man named Toussaint know too much, so he had to lie to the young man out of kindness. The man on the map did not suspect him at all. He noted with a smile, "You must have been blessed by the god of luck. We need to walk faster. Look, it's getting late. The mountain might not be safe at night." Qi Yu asked, "Isn't this your territory? Why isn't it safe?" Toussaint answered, "Although this mountain is our territory, there are some monsters in the mountains. That being said, they usually won't hurt us because they're afraid that our divine beast will take revenge. That said, they sometimes sneak out to attack us at night, so it's better for us to be careful." From his conversation with Toussaint, Qi Yu had a general understanding of the current era. However, the divine beast that Toussaint had mentioned had piqued his interest. He asked Toussaint what that divine beast was, but Toussaint did not tell him. He only told Qi Yu that he would know when he arrived at his tribe. The four of them traveled very quickly. Finally, before sunset, they arrived at Toussaint's tribe. From afar, they could already see the smoke from the chimneys. Qi Yu raised his spiritual force and observed the tribe through the surrounding plants. He found that this was a primitive society after all. This tribe mainly lived in caves. In the middle of the two mountains, a large open space had been cleared. The surrounding area was surrounded by a simple fence made of huge branches. On both sides of the open space there were caves. Some people dressed like Toussaint were busy. Some of them were roasting the corpses of unknown beasts, while others were fiddling with some fruits. Toussaint cheered, "We're home. It's time to eat. Big brother, you and the 2 sisters should come to my house to eat." The 4 of them finally arrived at the tribe. The aroma of roasted meat couldn't help but arouse Chiyu's appetite. He secretly swallowed his saliva and hurriedly followed Toussaint into their tribe. The appearance of Chiyu and the other 2 immediately aroused the vigilance of the people in the tribe. Most of the people focused their attention on them. In addition to vigilance, there was also a bit of curiosity. Toussaint shouted loudly in the open space, "I met a few Han guests who came from afar. They're my friends. Don't be surprised." Hearing Toussaint's words, the vigilance in the eyes of these simple alpine people gradually disappeared. Most of them gave a friendly smile to Chiyu and the others. The skin of these alpine aborigines looked very dark, which was obviously caused by exposure to the sun. However, their figures looked very healthy and beautiful. Their bodies that were exposed to the leaves were very strong, especially the men. The women's clothes were also much more than the men's. The upper body was a simple bra, and the slender thighs and arms were exposed, which made them look a bit flirtatious. Chiyu thought in his heart, "It seems like we're in Hawaii." Pure natural hula dance. If the people in my era were also simple like this, how good would it be? How could there be disputes? While thinking, he also constantly smiled at the surrounding people and nodded to them in a friendly manner. When Ting whispered in Chiyu's ear, "Don't look, control your own eyes." Chiyu smiled and said, "I didn't see anything." When Ting snorted and said, "Didn't you see yourself clearly?" Chiyu said with a smile, "Ting Ting, I now find that your jealousy is so strong, but I like it." When Ting asked curiously, "What do you like?" Chiyu said proudly, "Of course, I like it when you're jealous. This proves that you care about me. Don't worry, our Ting Ting is so beautiful. Why would I look at other women?" When Ting said impatiently, "If this was said by someone else, maybe I wouldn't believe it. But you, Humph, as a man who already has 2 confidants, don't you feel ashamed?" Chiyu was suddenly speechless. This problem we'll discuss next time. Toussaint brought them to a cave and stopped. He smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go and greet my parents, then I'll bring you in. My family lives in this cave." As he said that, he crouched down and went in. The caves that the people of the high mountain tribe lived in were about 5 meters tall and 2 to 3 meters wide. After a while, Toussaint came out again. Along with him, there was a well-built middle-aged man and a few children who were even younger than Toussaint. Toussaint said, "Brother Chiyu, this is my father." The middle-aged man looked at Chiyu strangely and said, "You're a Han Chinese friend?" Chiyu nodded and said, "Yes, hello, uncle. We were exploring outside, but we got lost. It was Toussaint who kindly brought us here. Sorry to disturb you." The middle-aged man's gaze turned to Ting and Snow Girl. Suddenly his gaze became dull. After all, he wasn't a child like Toussaint. If a normal adult man didn't be shocked by Ting and Snow Girl's beauty, Chiyu would find it strange. "Oh, all right then, please come in," the middle-aged man said as he turned and walked inside. Chiyu nodded at Ting and Snow Girl. The 3 children bent down and followed Toussaint and his son inside. The children were obviously very curious about the 3 of them. They would pull on their clothes from time to time. Their big pure eyes looked very cute. There was an unpleasant odor within the cave, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. However, it was still tolerable. The cave was only about 5 meters tall, and only after walking for about 10 meters did it open up. The height was barely enough for someone of Chiyu's height to walk through. They came to the innermost part of the cave. It was a wide stone room, at least 100 square meters in size. In the stone room, there were a dozen people, old and young. After Toussaint's introduction, Chi and his 2 children learned that the Alpine native tribe's custom was to live together as a family. In this cave, there were Toussaint's parents, grandparents, uncles, and other relatives. Toussaint told Chi that their family was relatively small. Some big families even had more than 100 people. Toussaint's father said to Chi in a friendly manner, "My name is Tujia. Welcome to the Alpine native tribe. Guests from afar, where are you going?" Chi said, "This time we came out to explore aimlessly. We just hope to find some traces left behind by the gods." Tujia's body shook slightly. "Traces left behind by the gods. Your wish is very ambitious. I hope you can succeed. However, even if you can find traces left behind by the gods, I'm afraid there will be powerful monsters guarding them. You must pay attention to your safety." Chi was overjoyed. He said, "Uncle Tujia, do you know any places left behind by the gods?" Tujia's body shook slightly. "Traces left behind by the gods. Your wish is very ambitious. I hope you can succeed. However, even if you can find traces left behind by the gods, I'm afraid there will be powerful monsters guarding them. You must pay attention to your safety." Chi was overjoyed. He said, "Uncle Tujia, do you know any places left behind by the gods?" Tujia shook his head. "No, I don't know. However, our Alpine native tribe's patriarch might know something." Chi hurriedly said, "Then can you bring me to see your patriarch? I really hope to know where the traces left behind by the gods are." Tujia smiled. "Guests from afar, don't worry. In another 5 days it will be our Alpine native tribe's annual Torch Festival. At that time, all 36 tribes of the Alpine native tribe will gather together. At that time, I will definitely bring you to see our patriarch." Toussaint couldn't help but say, "Big brother, you don't know this. My father and the patriarch have a very good relationship. They're good friends who grew up together. My father is also the chieftain of our tribe." Chi was surprised. "So that's how it is. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Tujia." In fact, from the moment he saw Tujia, he felt that Tujia was different from the other 2 clan members. There was a faint energy aura around him, but it was hidden very well. Chi's own energy wasn't strong, so he couldn't fully feel the strength of Tujia's energy. However, Chi was sure that Tujia's spiritual energy was very strong. This was something he could clearly feel from the first time the 2 met. Tujia gestured to Tsambi and said with a smile, "Well, guests from afar, let's go out to eat first. It's already dark, it's time to eat." Chi and the other 2 followed Tujia's family to the open space outside. After Toussaint's explanation, they learned that the 2 clans' meal schedule was very similar. The food obtained through various channels would be gathered together and distributed by the chieftain. When it was time to eat, everyone would eat together in the plaza. Every day, breakfast would be eaten when the sun rose, lunch would be eaten when the sun set, and dinner would be eaten when the sun set. A large number of torches had already been lit around the tribe, and there were also piles of bonfires in the center of the open space. Tujia, as the chieftain, was busy preparing the food, while Toussaint's family sat around the bonfire in the center of the open space. It seemed that Toussaint's family was very prestigious in this tribe. Chi found out that Tujia had 3 wives, and compared to these 2 clans' people, his 3 wives could be said to be the most beautiful. It seemed that people with ability would be popular no matter where they went. Of course, Tujia's wives were only beautiful in comparison. With Winting and Snow Girl, all the 2 clan women on the scene couldn't help but be overshadowed. Just the 2 women's white skin and noble temperament was something that these simple and honest 2 clan people didn't have. After a short while, the food had already been served. Every large family of the 2 clan had sent a few young men to the same place to bring back the food that belonged to their family. The food included some grilled meat, fruits, and some special plants, which should be the original crops or something like that. Tujia returned to the bonfire in the center and shouted, "All right, Everyone can start eating. Before we eat, let us thank the god for the food." As he said that, he took the lead and knelt down. All the two clan people also chanted words of thanks to the god and did the same action as Tujia. Chi Yu carefully looked around. In this huge open space, there were about 3,000 people in the entire tribe. If every tribe was like this, then there would be more than 100,000 people in this mountain. The reproduction ability of humans was indeed very strong. Thinking about reproduction, Chi Yu couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile, because he was thinking in his heart, these two clan people all lived together. Could it be that when they did it in front of the other clans? If that was the case, then it was two. Finally, it was time to eat. A few of Tujia's brothers skillfully tore apart the roasted animals and smeared some powder-like substance on them. Chi Yu observed it briefly. It should be mineral salt. After all, humans always needed salt. Tujia, very friendly, gave the best meat to Chi Yu and the other two. Chi Yu didn't care about being polite. After coming to this era, he still hadn't eaten meat, so he took it and started to eat. Wen Ting fully displayed her ability to eat, and her speed wasn't any slower than Chi Yu's. That somewhat wild action instantly caused her originally elegant temperament to disappear. Only Snow Girl didn't eat meat. After rejecting Tujia's good intentions, she took a few fruits and slowly ate them. Frankly speaking, the roasted meat of these Alpine two clan people wasn't that good. Of course, this had a lot to do with the lack of sufficient ingredients. However, it had been a long time since he had eaten meat, but Chi Yu still enjoyed it very much. Moreover, the meat of this unknown animal was very tender and oily. The feeling of eating meat in big mouthfuls was indeed very satisfying. Chi Yu generously took out the fruits that he had plucked from the primeval forest and distributed them to everyone. He didn't hide the radiance of the Kirin pearl. The fruits that he took out of thin air shocked Tujia's family. Chi Yu didn't have the time to explain now. He kept chewing on the fragrant roasted meat and thought to himself that it would be even more perfect if he had a few bottles of iced beer. Of course, in this era, alcohol probably didn't exist yet. Chi Yu and Wen Ting's appetite was really huge. Even these primitive two clan people were a little shocked by them. Fortunately, Chi Yu took out a large amount of fruits from the Kirin pearl, so he ate very calmly. He and Wen Ting had almost finished all the meat of Tujia's family. However, Tujia's family didn't have any complaints. After all, the fruits that Chi Yu brought were very sweet. The main source of food for the two clan people was hunting and plucking. Fruits were very important, so they ate very satisfactorily. Just when Chi Yu was enjoying his meal, suddenly a low roar sounded. The roar covered a very large area. It suddenly appeared and immediately attracted the attention of all the two clan people. Tujia stood up and said in a loud voice, "Everyone continue eating. It's one of us." While saying that, he stood up and walked towards the gate of the fence. Chi Yu ate while focusing his attention on Tujia. From the low roar just now, he had already determined that the sound should be made by a kind of huge beast. It was just that he couldn't tell whether it was a fierce beast or a divine beast. A faint fishy smell was carried in the air. The originally calm air was suddenly blown by a gust of wind, causing the torches around the open space to constantly sway. The first thing that Chi Yu saw was a pair of yellow eyes that were as big as lanterns. Then a huge body appeared out of nowhere outside the fence. He heard Tujia laugh and said in a loud voice, "Ba Ge, why are you here?" A loud and somewhat gloomy voice replied, "Why? Big brother Tujia doesn't welcome me?" Tujia smiled and said, "Welcome, of course I'm welcome. Come quickly. You're just in time for dinner." He didn't open the gate that was already closed. The huge body outside suddenly soared into the air, jumped over the 2-meter-tall fence, and landed in the open space. Although Tujia had previously told the tribesmen to continue eating, but at this time most people's eyes were already focused on that huge body. Especially the young people. Their eyes were filled with envy and worship. That huge body came to the open space, and under the illumination of the surrounding torches, it immediately became clear. It was actually a huge black tiger. Only the word king on its head was white, and it looked a bit gloomy. Especially that pair of huge yellow eyes. It looked even more frightening. On the back of the black tiger sat a 2-meter tall man. What was different from the other aborigines was that his lower body was wrapped with a leather skirt that looked like a leopard instead of leaves. In his right hand was a long spear that looked like it was made of stone. Although it was a little rough, it still looked like a long spear. The long spear was over 6 meters long, and together with a 4-meter-long black tiger that was as tall as a human, it looked very majestic. The feeling of energy also appeared on this strong man's body. The muscles on his dark body were somewhat exaggerated, and he looked very majestic and domineering. His big bald head was shining under the illumination of the surrounding torches. Sitting on the tiger's back, the strong man laughed and said, "Big brother Tu Jie, I'm just here to freeload." Fortunately, I made it in time. Tu Jie looked up at the strong man and said with a smile, "You're the #1 warrior of our high mountain tribe. It's our honor to have you come to our tribe to eat." The strong man laughed and said, "Big brother Tu Jie, it's fine if other people say it, but why are you making fun of me too? In front of you, how can I be called the #1 warrior?" Looking at the strong man and the huge black tiger he was riding, Chiyu couldn't help but have a new understanding of the humans of this era. It turned out that in this era, humans had already started to cooperate with ancient giant beasts. The black tiger that the strong man was riding was obviously an ancient giant beast, but its aura felt very strange, and he couldn't tell whether it was a divine beast or a ferocious beast. When Ting whispered to Chiyu, "Can you tell which side that black tiger belongs to?" Chiyu shook his head and whispered, "I was just about to ask you." When Ting said, "If I'm not wrong, that black tiger belongs to the neutral camp." You might not know this, but during the ancient giant beast era, apart from the 2 powerful sides, the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts, there was another side that didn't participate in the war between the 2 sides. They were known as the neutral beasts during the ancient giant beast era. Most of these neutral beasts were more gentle and didn't like to fight. Chiyu said with a smile, "Look at that black tiger. Doesn't it look like it doesn't like to fight?" When Ting said, helplessly, "I'm just explaining it to you based on the energy, aura it emits. The energy it emits doesn't belong to a divine beast or a ferocious beast. Apart from these 2 kinds, it can only be a neutral beast." While they were talking, Tu Jie had already led the strong man towards their campfire. The strong man jumped down from the back of the black tiger and stuck the stone spear in his hand to the side. He followed beside Tu Jie, and the 2 were talking and laughing about something. After a while, they arrived next to the campfire. Tu Jie made a gesture, and the strong man didn't stand on ceremony. He directly sat down and picked up a fruit to chew. However, after chewing twice, his jaw stopped. He didn't even notice the juice flowing out of his mouth. This was because at this time his eyes were fixed on Wen Ting's pretty face. His eyes revealed a strong light. Wen Ting wasn't full yet. Although she knew that this new native of the Alpine Mountain tribe was looking at her, she was already used to this kind of gaze. She didn't pay much attention to it and continued to eat the roasted meat in her mouth. "Big brother Tu Jie, do we have guests?" The appearance of Chiyu's group was obviously different from the Alpine Mountain tribe's people here. The new strong man calmed himself down and immediately asked Tu Jie. Chapter 119. Chiyu nodded to Ba Gu with a friendly smile on his face. Ba Gu looked at Chiyu and said, "Han brother, are these 2 your wives?" Chiyu was stunned and looked at Wen Ting. Although he had already regarded Wen Ting as his wife, they were not officially married yet. Encountering such an awkward question, he had to ask Wen Ting out of respect. Wen Ting raised her head and looked at Ba Gu in surprise. In her eyes, this strong man was not much different from an ordinary person. She looked at Chiyu, implying that he could say whatever he wanted. After that, he lowered his head and continued to eat. As for Snow Girl, who was at the side, she did not understand what they were talking about, so naturally she did not respond. Chi-Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, they're my wives." Anyway, Snow Girl did not understand, so he just took advantage of her. This big guy obviously took a fancy to the beauty of Wen-Ting and Snow Girl. If he only said that they were friends, he was afraid that it would bring unnecessary trouble. However, what Chi-Yu did not expect was that even if he said that Wen-Ting and Snow Girl were his wives, trouble was still unavoidable. Baga nodded and gave a thumbs up to Chi-Yu, saying, "Good, brother, you are good. The beauties of your Han nationality are really different from our Alpine tribe." Chi-Yu smiled slightly. It was an honor for him to be praised by the other party. However, his smile did not last long. He heard Bago continued, "Brother, let's make a deal. I have 12 wives. I will use them to exchange for your 2 wives. How about it? My 12 wives are the prettiest women in the clan. 2 for 12. Brother, you've made a profit, ha." Hearing this, Chi-Yu's face darkened. Nothing else mattered. Joking around was Chi-Yu's hobby, but when it came to his lover, he couldn't back down. Turning his head to look at Tu Jie didn't have any reaction, as though Baji's words were normal. Chi-Yu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. After all, he still had a favor to ask. It was better not to fall out with him if he could. "Uncle Tu Jie, is this the custom of your Alpine native tribe?" Tu Jie looked at Chi-Yu in surprise. From Chi-Yu's expression, he could tell that something was wrong. "That's right. This is not only the custom of our Alpine native tribe, it is also the custom of the human race. As long as one is capable, he will be able to marry more wives. This way, our children will become stronger. If both parties were willing, their wives could be exchanged for each other. The stronger the man, the harder it is to refuse." His meaning was clear, as though he wanted Chi-Yu to agree to Ba Ji's request. Chi-Yu shook his head lightly and said with a resolute gaze, "I'm sorry, our Han people don't have this custom. We didn't in the past, and we won't have it in the future. I can understand why a strong man can have many wives. After all, it is good for the future generations. However, exchanging wives is disrespectful to your lover. May I ask the 2 of you, don't you have any feelings for your lover?" Ba Gu said angrily, "You don't agree? Rejecting the exchanging of wives is the greatest insult to our Alpine native tribe. It's the same for any other tribe. You can choose not to exchange wives, but you have to wash away the insult. I want to challenge you." As he spoke, he suddenly stood up and looked at Chi-Yu condescendingly. Chi-Yu also stood up. Ba Gu was surprised to find that this outsider, who looked much younger than him, was almost as tall as him, although not as tall as him. Chi-Yu was already more than 9 meters tall. After the transformation of the source of nature, his and Wen-Ting's figures had changed. Wen-Ting was a little taller than before, and her figure had become more slender. Chi-Yu's shoulders were wider than before, and although his muscles weren't as exaggerated as Baji's, they were still very strong. At the same time, his height had also increased. Standing in front of Bago, his aura wasn't any weaker than his opponent's. "If that's the case, then I accept your challenge." As a man, it was impossible for him to reject his opponent at this time. Wen-Ting had been explaining to Snow Girl while the 2 were talking. Now that she heard that Bago wanted to challenge Chi-Yu, she couldn't help but stand up and whisper to Chi-Yu, "This big guy looks very strong. Your ability hasn't recovered yet. If you can't, let me do it." Chi-Yu shook his head and said, "No, you should be able to see that in this Alpine native tribe, the status of men and women is very different. If you fight, I'm afraid that the entire Alpine native tribe will think that we're looking down on them. Now, we need to use them to find the Kunlun mirrors. So let me do it. Don't worry, my strength has recovered a lot these few days, and it's enough to deal with this brute. Moreover, Kirin's ability isn't just about brute force." Wen-Ting smiled and said, "All right then, I believe that you'll win." She wasn't too worried. Ever since Chi Yu obtained the provenance of nature and discovered that it could transform her, she had a lot more confidence in herself and Chi Yu. Chi Yu said to Ba Ge, "How do you want to challenge me? One-on-one, or you call your partner?" As he said that, he pointed at the huge black tiger. Ba Ge pursed his lips and said, "Since it's a challenge, it's naturally fair. If I ask Old Black to go, then I'll be bullying you. Come, let's fight one-on-one. If you can defeat me, then it'll prove that you're more capable than me of having such a beautiful woman." Chi Yu smiled and said, "I'll fulfill your wish." Tu Jie frowned and walked to Ba Ji's side, saying, "Ba Ge, don't mess around. Brothers Chi is our guest. Their customs are different from ours. Why are you forcing him?" Ba Ge snorted and said, "Brother Tu Jie, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but he rejected me in front of so many people. If I'm weak, then how can I stand among the Alpine tribe? I'd rather lose fair and square and challenge him." As he said that, he punched the bonfire behind him. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged out of his fist. Although the bonfire wasn't very big, it was still about 2 meters in diameter. However, the sudden bombardment of Ba Ji's fist caused it to change instantly. Boom! The bonfire had disappeared after that overbearing punch, and a pit of fire had appeared on the ground. It felt as though Ba Ge had fused with the heavens and earth. That punch carried a terrifying amount of energy. That energy didn't have any attributes, and the aura it exuded could only be described with one word: overbearing. Chi Yu was somewhat astonished as he looked at the 2-meter wide, 1-meter deep and ash-filled crater. He couldn't help but re-evaluate the man in front of him. His opponent's energy was very overbearing. Although he didn't know where it came from, the fact that his energy could reach this level meant that he wasn't weak. No wonder he had that huge black tiger as a partner and could use a stone spear that was 6 meters long and obviously heavy. However, the man's performance didn't weaken Chi Yu's confidence. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Ba Ge pointed at Chi Yu and said, "Outsider, if you admit defeat now, no one here will disqualify you. After all, you lost to the #1 warrior of the Alpine tribe." Although he said that he wasn't the #1 warrior of the Alpine tribe in front of Tu Jie, deep down in his heart, he was obviously very proud of this title. Chi Yu didn't say much. He just quietly walked in front of Ba Ge and said indifferently, "We can start the fight. Please pick up your weapon." Ba Ge was slightly angry and said, "Do I still need a weapon? Kid, you need to be careful. The power in my hand isn't easy to control." As he said that, he suddenly took a step forward. Chi Yu only saw a black shadow flash in front of him, and the huge fist was already in front of him. Tu Jie's family members had already retreated to the side. When Ba Ge punched out, the other tribesmen also stopped eating and formed a big circle, shouting something excitedly. Before the fist arrived, the surging wind from the fist had already blown Chi Yu's long hair up, revealing his resolute face. The powerful energy had an explosive, destructive power. In just a moment, Chi Yu was already enveloped by the domineering aura released from Ba Ji's body. Chi Yu's right leg quickly took half a step to the right. At the same time, he tilted his body slightly. He didn't directly meet Ba Ji's fist, but instead his body swayed to the right, dodging the attack head-on. At the same time, Chi Yu's body was like a leopard that was ready to pounce. His shoulders shook violently, and his left elbow blocked Ba Ji's forearm. With a muffled thud, Ba Ji's body swayed slightly. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes, but his movements didn't slow down. At the same time that his right fist was blocked, he quickly lifted his left knee and directly kicked towards Chi Yu's lower abdomen. At the same time, his whole body emitted an explosive aura, causing the surrounding air to distort. Chi Yu's body suddenly seemed to solidify, and all his movements became slow. However, all this couldn't stop Chi Yu's fighting strength. seeing his opponent's knee coming over and exuding an aura like a force field. Chiyu's face didn't have the slightest change of emotion. He shouted in a low voice, "Kirin, swim." His feet slightly slid, and he easily slipped out of his opponent's force field. The aura that Bagu exuded was originally intended to quickly end the battle. Therefore, when his knee went over, both his fists simultaneously punched towards Chiyu from both sides. He didn't hold back at all. Chiyu's sudden disappearance suddenly caused his forward momentum to fall into thin air. At this time, Chiyu was already behind Bago, and his right palm lightly patted on Ba-Ji's back. Go. Ba-Ji's forward momentum was already very strong. After being lifted and pushed by Chiyu, his huge body was instantly sent flying. With a loud bang, he fell 4 to 5 meters away, causing a cloud of dust to rise. All the shouting stopped at this moment. These people from the High Mountain tribe didn't expect their hero to suffer such a huge loss in the first exchange of blows. Previously, when Chiyu used Kirin Swim, his movements were like a ghost, and these people couldn't see clearly at all. A part of Chiyu's thundercloud force had recovered. Although it was still very far from what it was before, he didn't recover a lot of energy. Because of the compression and purification, its power had completely surpassed the original One Cloud realm. Kirin Swim did not consume thundercloud force. With the support of thundercloud force, it could only become faster and more subtle. However, against Ba-Ji's combat ability, Chiyu obviously didn't need thundercloud force. His physical strength was already much stronger than before he came to this era, and in terms of pure muscle strength, Chiyu was confident that his opponent was not his opponent. With a smile, Chiyu's eyes flashed with a strong light. He looked at Ba-Go, who was lying on the ground, and slowly walked forward and extended his right hand. Ba-Ji's fall wasn't heavy. Just as he was about to climb up, he saw Chiyu's outstretched hand. He didn't appreciate it and slapped Chiyu's hand away. Abruptly jumping up from the ground, Ba-Ji's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, again. Chiyu made an indifferent gesture and waved at Ba-Go. Anytime. This time, Ba-Go was much more careful. He smiled slightly, and his eyes revealed a strong desire for victory. His title as the #1 warrior of the Alpine tribe was not for nothing. After being beaten by Chiyu once, he became much calmer. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he slowly moved around Chiyu, looking for a weak point on Chiyu's body. However, Ba-Ji's patience quickly disappeared. Chiyu didn't put up any defensive posture. He just stood there quietly. His whole body seemed to be full of weak points, but at the same time, there didn't seem to be a single weak point. There wasn't any strong energy coming from him. However, in Ba-Ji's eyes, the pretty boy that he looked down on previously seemed to have become unfathomable. Actually, Chiyu wasn't white. At most, he had a healthy bronze color. However, compared to Ba-Go, who had a charcoal head, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a pretty boy. With a roar, Ba-Go rushed forward again. However, this time he was much more cautious. Using his fists and legs, he quickly launched a flurry of attacks at Chiyu. The wind whistled, blocking all possible escape routes for Chiyu. What was Kirin's ability to swim? It was to make the impossible possible when it was impossible to dodge. Chiyu only needed to use a little bit of thundercloud force. His footsteps became faster, and he easily dodged Ba-Ji's attacks. After attacking for a while, Baga seemed to know that he couldn't hurt Chiyu at all. He suddenly stopped and roared, "Kid, how can you be so good at dodging? Come on, take my attack head-on." As he spoke, he threw a punch at Chiyu with all his might. If it had been in the past, Chiyu would definitely have taken him head-on. Although his thundercloud force hadn't recovered, Chiyu was still very confident in his own strength. However, after experiencing so many things, Chiyu's mentality was no longer as impulsive as when he had just obtained his ability. As the saying goes, plan before you act. This was an unfamiliar world, and in order to protect himself, there was no point in fighting because of personal feelings. With a slight slip, he had already dodged Ba Ji's attack. The strong wind from his fist scattered a pile of fire 7 or 8 meters away. Chi smiled and said, "Dodging is a kind of ability in itself. So what if you're strong? If you don't use your strength correctly, you'll never be able to touch my body. Using your own strength to deal with your opponent's weakness is the best choice. You can't hit me, and I'm already in an invincible position. I think there's no need for us to continue fighting." Tu Jie also walked up and said, "Bago, forget it. Can't you see that brother's Chi has been going easy on you?" Chi Yu was secretly shocked. Indeed, when Ba Gu attacked him for the second time, he had at least 10 chances to knock him down again. However, this so-called #1 warrior obviously cared a lot about his reputation. In other people's territory, it was always good to leave some leeway. He didn't expect Tu Jie to see through it. It seemed that he was right to feel the energy in Tu Jie's body. He was the real expert here. "No." Ba Gu suddenly shouted and pointed at Chi Yu. "Fine, I admit that I can't hit you. But that's not enough. My fists and legs aren't my real strength. If you're really capable, let's compete with weapons. You can choose any weapon, and we'll have a duel. If you can beat me again, then it'll be considered your real strength." Chi Yu frowned slightly. He didn't know when the other party would end if he continued like this. First, they were going to compete with fists and legs. Now, they were going to compete with weapons. Was he going to make Ba Gu ride the black tiger and duel with him in the end? Chi Yu really didn't want to participate in this kind of meaningless fight. However, he couldn't refuse the other party at this time. After all, in a sense, Ba Gu could be considered his rival in love. Chi Yu thought for a while and said, "How about this, Ba Gu? If I'm not wrong, your strongest ability should be the cooperation between you and your black tiger. If that's the case, then you can take your gun and ride your black tiger. We'll have a duel. If you lose, then don't bother me anymore. What do you think?" Ba Gu looked at Chi Yu in shock and said, "Did I hear wrongly? You want me to ride Old Black?" Chi Yu smiled indifferently and said, "Why not?" Ba Gu said angrily, "You're looking down on me." Chi Yu smiled indifferently and said, "No, I've never looked down on you. You have a mount. Do you think I don't? Come out, deep-sea nether snake." The Kirin pearl glowed blue, and the huge body of the nether snake appeared instantly. Its 9 heads were raised at the same time, causing panic in the surroundings. All the high mountain tribe people quickly retreated in all directions. Tu Jie's expression changed slightly, but he didn't retreat. He looked at the deep-sea nether snake beside Chi Yu and said in a deep voice, "Brothers Chi, what's the meaning of this?" The reason why Chi Yu summoned the deep-sea nether snake was very simple. He knew that if he wanted to raise his head in front of the simple and honest tribe, he had to display a certain level of strength. Since Ba Gu could ride the black tiger, there was nothing wrong with summoning the deep-sea nether snake. It could even intimidate the other party. Chi Yu smiled and said, "Big brother Tu Jie, please don't misunderstand. This snake is my partner, just like Ba Ji's black tiger. It will protect me. Didn't Ba Gu want a fair battle? I'll ask my partner to help me. That way, he won't feel that I'm looking down on him." Ba Gu looked at the deep-sea nether snake, dumbfounded. Its aura was no longer as strong as before. Although the black tiger was not small, the deep-sea nether snake had returned to its original form. Although it had shrunk its body on purpose, it was still more than 20 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. Moreover, it had 9 heads. It was clearly not a friendly creature. Tu Jie calmed the emotions of the people around him. Looking at the deep-sea nether snake, he couldn't help but frown. These people who lived in the mountains had never seen a ferocious beast like the deep-sea nether snake. However, just from its appearance and the aura it emitted, they could feel how powerful the deep-sea nether snake was. For a moment, the surroundings became very quiet. Even Ba Gu became hesitant. Chi Yu looked at Ba Gu and said, This is a fight of personal feelings. Do we still need to fight? Ba-gu, the black tiger, let out a long roar. His lantern-like yellow eyes stared at the deep-sea nether snake the moment it appeared. As a tiger, the king of all beasts, he was not afraid of the aura of the deep-sea nether snake. With a leap he came to Ba-ji's side. Perhaps it was the black tiger that gave Ba-gu courage. He said loudly, "Fight, of course we have to fight. Outsider boy, what weapon do you use?" Chiyu frowned slightly and said, "My name is Chiyu. Please call me by my name. As for weapons, I don't think you need them." Ba-gu said forcefully, "No, this is a fair fight. Please choose your weapon." Seeing the other party's insistence, Chiyu said in a low voice, "I don't mean to look down on you. I just want to tell you that my hands are the best weapons." As he spoke, he had already floated up and landed on the big head of the deep-sea nether snake. Ba-gu glanced at Tu Jie beside him. Tu Jie nodded at Chiyu and said, "Brother Chi, please go easy on me." Chiyu smiled and said, "Uncle, you're too polite. We're just learning from each other." Ba-gu flipped over and got on the black tiger. The black tiger leaped to the side of the stone spear and pulled it out with his right arm. The 6-meter-long stone spear matched his and the black tiger's figures very well. With a flick of his wrist, an overbearing aura gushed out. With a spear in hand, Ba-ji's aura had changed. He looked at Chiyu and leaned forward slightly, as if he was ready to attack at any time. The deep-sea nether snake's huge body coiled up, but it had no intention of attacking. Its 9 big heads were raised in different directions, and its 18 eyes were fixed on the huge black tiger. It breathed in and out, but it had no intention of attacking. Chiyu stood on the big head in the middle, a position several meters higher than Ba-gu. He looked down at Ba-gu from above, and the light in his eyes gradually solidified. The little thundercloud force in his body was effectively mobilized and spread to every cell in his body. The source of nature operated on its own, and his mental strength expanded to cover the entire empty space, allowing him to clearly grasp his opponent's every move. Ba-gu shouted. Obviously, he and the black tiger had a very good cooperation. One man and one tiger turned into a black lightning, directly rushing towards the big head in the middle where Chiyu was standing. Ba-gu was not bragging. With the stone spear in his hand, he suddenly became different from before. With a dark yellow light, the spear turned into hundreds of spear shadows, stabbing towards Chiyu's body from different directions. There was a hint of surprise in Chiyu's eyes, but he was not worried. Even if Ba-gu and his black tiger cooperated well, they were not as good as his and the deep-sea nether snake's mind. Before the spear's shadow approached, the deep-sea nether snake's 9 big heads retreated at the same time, making it easy for Chiyu to dodge Ba-ji's attack. However, at this time, the black tiger's attack appeared. A black light bullet was spat out from the black tiger's mouth. If it were not for the surrounding torches, it would be difficult to notice in the night. The deep-sea nether snake's 18 eyes lit up almost at the same time. The first snake head on the left opened its huge mouth, and a purple lightning suddenly shot out. What was the speed of lightning? Although it was launched later, it arrived first. With a flash of light and a loud bang, it had already blocked the black tiger's attack. Energy currents swept out, forcing Ba-gu and his black tiger back to their original positions. The black tiger's pupils actually turned vertical at this time. Its eyes shone brightly, and the huge energy caused all the hair on its body to stand up. Its eyes shone brightly, and it kept roaring in a low voice. Chiyu sensed through his spiritual power that the energy of Ba-gu and the black tiger seemed to have merged into one. The dark yellow light on Ba-ji's spear had turned black, making the spear look a little blurry. He knew that his opponent was about to launch an all-out attack. Chiyu still stood in the same place, and the thundercloud force in his body quickly gathered. He knew that the time of the real battle was coming. Sure enough, as soon as Chiyu's thundercloud force began to gather, the black tiger had already quickly pounced on him. This time, its speed was more than twice as fast as before. At the same time, this time, the black tiger gave up on attacking, and the main attack was completely reflected in Ba Ji's body. The 6-meter spear in Ba Ji's hand brought out countless black lights. The air had become a little distorted under such huge energy. All the aura was concentrated on Chiyu, and the huge energy directly shot towards his body. At the same time, Ba Ji's attack this time was very clever. While attacking Chiyu, his spear actually brought out 18 light shadows from the body of the spear and directly attacked the 18 eyes of the deep-sea nether snake. Facing such an attack, Chiyu did not dodge. He stood in his original position, and the light in his eyes suddenly lit up. His silver pupils looked very clear in the dark, and an incomparably domineering aura burst out. Chiyu let out a deafening roar towards the sky, and a terrifying aura rushed out, completely enveloping the energy aura of Ba Gu and his black tiger. Ba Gu did not have much of a reaction, only feeling the huge pressure. However, the movement of his black tiger rapidly slowed down, and even the energy supporting Ba Gu instantly weakened. His originally abnormally fast speed suddenly slowed down, and even the energy at the tip of the spear weakened. The 18 black lights that shot towards the deep-sea nether snake disappeared before the nether snake could even dispel them. Ba Gu did not know why this had happened. His spear's shadows were still there, and at that moment he saw a hand that seemed to be able to seize the heaven and earth. With a flash of light, the hand accurately found the true body of the spear and grabbed the tip of the spear. All the energy of the attack disappeared almost instantly. The black tiger landed in front of the deep-sea nether snake, while Ba Gu raised his spear high, looking at Chiyu in disbelief. The silver light in Chiyu's eyes had disappeared. He suddenly let out a loud roar, and the right hand that was holding the tip of the spear suddenly exerted force. The stone spear that was 6 meters long, in addition to Ba Ji's strong body, was lifted up by Chiyu at the same time and was thrown high into the air. "Have mercy!" Tu Jie shouted from below. Chiyu's eyes were calm. He did not say anything, and with a push of his right hand, he threw Ba Gu and the spear away. Ba Gu nimbly somersaulted twice in the air, and when he landed, he could not help but take more than 10 steps back. The stone spear in his hand had already been thrown out. If it was not for the fence in the end, he would have fallen to the ground. Ba Ji's original black tiger was now crawling in front of the deep-sea nether snake. Its huge body was actually shivering, and its 2 front paws were hugging its head. It looked a little funny. Chiyu floated down from the deep-sea nether snake's big head and landed in front of the black tiger. With a flash of light in front of his chest, the deep-sea nether snake's huge body had quietly disappeared. Chiyu's eyes flashed, and he could not help but reveal a faint smile as he looked at the black tiger in front of him. In fact, even he did not expect such an effect. The roar he made on the deep-sea nether snake's head was not to encourage himself, but it was an ability of Kirin. Chiyu rarely used it before, because he mostly relied on his own thundercloud force to fight against his opponents. Now that his thundercloud force had not recovered, he suddenly remembered this ability that did not require much thundercloud force to activate. This ability was called Kirin's Rage, and it relied on Kirin's own aura to intimidate the opponent. Chapter 120. Chiyu walked past the black tiger and strode towards Ba Gu. The two stared at each other, and Chiyu smiled. "If you're not convinced, we can continue." Ba Gu shook his head. "I admit defeat. I don't stand a chance in front of a true powerhouse like you. I'm afraid that even if you didn't ask your snake companion to help, Old Black and I wouldn't be a match for you. You're just too strong." This is the first time I've seen Old Black being afraid. Chiyu smiled. "Any living creature has the possibility of feeling fear, and I'm no exception. Our problem has been resolved. Now, do you think I have the right to have 2 beauties as my wives?" Ba Gu chuckled. "Of course. Thank you for showing mercy. just now. You're really strong. Tu Jia walked over and laughed. No discord, no concord. Brother Chiyu, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even I'm tempted to spar with you, but I'm afraid of embarrassing myself. Forget it. Come, let's go back and continue eating. The three of them returned to their previous positions. Only now did the tribesmen react. They looked at Chiyu in a different light, and they all shouted something in unison. Respecting the strong was something that would happen in any era. Chiyu had used his actions to prove his strength, and he had earned the respect of the high mountain tribesmen. Chiyu smiled. There's no fire now, and it's so dark. I'm afraid I'll eat into my nose. Ba Gu scratched his bald head in embarrassment. I'll solve the problem I caused. Wait here, I'll go find some firewood. I'll be back soon. As he spoke, he returned to his black tiger's side and patted its head. Hey, you've embarrassed yourself enough today. Come, follow me to find firewood. The black tiger couldn't wait to leave. He hurriedly put Ba Gu on his back and left the tribe's territory. Tu Jia smiled. Brother Chi, don't be angry. Ba Gu might be a little rash at times, but he's a real man. Chiyu smiled. Every tribe has their own customs. Why would I blame him? However, I don't agree with swapping wives. It's best if this doesn't happen in the future. Tu Jia said. No wonder Brother Chi has such a beautiful wife. You really have the ability to protect your wife. Chiyu thought to himself, if you knew that when Ting and Snow Girl were stronger than me, how would you feel? Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. It was necessary to hide some of their strength. After the battle with Ba Gu, Tu Jia was much friendlier to Chiyu. Brother Chi, you said you wanted to look for the gods' ruins. Do you have a general goal? Chiyu thought about it. It's hard to say. I can only try my luck. These people from the High Mountain tribe couldn't possibly know about the 10 great artifacts. Naturally, Chiyu wouldn't say it. However, Uncle Tu Jia, do you know that there are differences among the giant beasts? They're divided into divine beasts and vicious beasts. Tu Jia said, Brother Chi, don't call me uncle. Am I that old? Just call me big brother. Otherwise, it'll sound weird. Toussaint was a little dissatisfied. Dad, if Big Brother Chiyu calls you Big Brother, then I'll have to call him Uncle. Chiyu smiled and rubbed Toussaint's head. No need. We'll talk about our own things. There's no need to be so particular. Tu Jia was very cheerful and didn't care about these details. He said to Chiyu, I know about this camp. I heard that there are 2 major factions among the giant beasts. One is to protect our land, while the other is to destroy and kill. We're most afraid of those giant beasts. They've brought great disasters to our people. Chiyu nodded. This is the difference between divine beasts and vicious beasts. Big brother Tu Jia, do you know where divine beasts will appear? Especially powerful divine beasts. Tu Jia frowned. He thought for a while and shook his head. I'm sorry, Brother Chi. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. People like us who live in the mountains rarely leave our homes. We only move about in this mountain range. There aren't many vicious beasts and divine beasts in this mountain range. Moreover, some of them have joined forces with us to survive, just like Ba Gu and his companion Old Hay. However, I don't know much about the outside world. I only know that it's very dangerous. As long as we leave this land protected by the gods, we can encounter fatal injuries at any time. Unless the entire Tu clan has a big operation, we absolutely won't leave this place. Chi-Yu was a little disappointed. So that's how it is. It seems like I can only look for it myself. Tu Jia's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Chi, you don't have to worry. Although I don't know much, our Alpine tribe's patriarch is a very intelligent person. I grew up with him. Although I have some abilities, I'm still far from being comparable to him. I'll bring you to ask him during the Torch Festival in a few days. Have a good chat with him. Maybe you'll be able to get something you need. Chiyu smiled and said, All right, thank you very much. While they were talking, Ba Gu had already returned. He subconsciously glanced at Snow Girl and Wenting. Then he gathered the firewood he had brought back and had the other Alpine tribe members help him rekindle the bonfire. His black tiger didn't return with him. "Brother Chi, I really admire you. My old black has never been afraid of anything. But when I came back just now, it refused to come back no matter what I said. It insisted on waiting for me outside." Ba Gu looked at Chi Yu with sincere admiration. Chi Yu smiled faintly. Perhaps he's in a bad mood and wishes to take a breather outside. However, Ba Gu, can you tell me how you managed to subdue him? I just heard from Brother Tu Jie that some of your Alpine tribe members have become partners with some giant beasts. They can help each other. I'm very curious about this situation. Ba Gu was surprised. Don't you have a giant beast partner? Chi Yu replied, My situation can be considered a little special. I only managed to obtain the help of that snake companion by chance. I'm afraid there are quite a few people here who possess giant beasts. How did you all manage to do so? Ba Gu chuckled and said, Actually, this is no secret. Almost every race does the same thing. Not only do we have giant beasts as companions, the other 4 major human races also have this ability. The main way to measure the strength of each race is to see which race has the most giant beast companions and is the strongest. Moreover, the 5 major races will hold a martial arts competition every year to choose the strongest warrior and become a respected expert of the 5 races. There are many benefits to this. At this point, the smile on his face suddenly became a little strange. Ba Gu said, The simplest way is to look for them. Sometimes, these giant beasts will leave after laying eggs. Different giant beasts have different situations. If you can find a giant beast's egg and raise it and cultivate its relationship with the tribe from a young age, then after 10 generations, it will have a certain strength and become a help to the tribe. Of course, this method is the most backward. After all, if these giant beasts want to be strong, it will take at least 1,000 years. It's really too slow. Therefore, the main method we use is to let the giant beast acknowledge you. As long as it is willing to acknowledge you, it will become your partner. This situation only appears with a single giant beast, and it's very dangerous. If the giant beast has bad intentions towards you, it's very easy to get into trouble. Many people have died searching for a giant beast partner. However, once you have a behemoth, you will immediately become a hero of your race. Therefore, there are still many people who specifically seek these behemoths. To put it bluntly, they are just trying their luck. Every race has a place that specializes in training people who seek out behemoths. Some people who already have behemoth partners will help them increase their experience. Sometimes, people who already have behemoth partners will accompany them. In this case, as long as the behemoth we encounter isn't too strong, our chances of success will greatly increase. Chi Yu suddenly said, So that's how it is. He originally thought that these human tribes had some special ability, but it turned out that they also needed to rely on luck and strength to succeed. However, the abilities of these humans were indeed very different from those of his era. This could be clearly seen from Toussaint. The bonfire was slowly rising, and some tribesmen brought food for Chi Yu, Ba Gu, and the rest. Wen Ting, who was at the side, was busy eating and translating for Snow Girl. Therefore, she did not have the time to interrupt. In the Alpine tribe, women obviously did not have much status, so no one paid attention to her. Of course, except for those who were attracted to her beauty. However, after Chi Yu showed off his skills, these people could only admire him. After all, even a strong person like Ba Gu had been defeated by Chi Yu. Dinner lasted for about an hour. From Tu Jie's words, Chi Yu's understanding of this era became clearer and clearer. In this era, humans were divided into 5 main types, and they were located in different parts of the Yanhuang land. Only the tribes of the various tribes had not reached the stage of having cities. The ancient giant beasts were still the rulers of this era. The 2 camps of the mythical beasts and the ferocious beasts intersected in the entire Yanhuang land. other than the core strength of the two camps. Ordinary mythical beasts and ferocious beasts often fought. Deaths and injuries were common. As humans gained giant beast companions, their abilities became stronger and stronger. However, the ferocious beasts and mythical beasts did not take humans seriously. After all, the giant beast companions the humans had were mostly ferocious beasts or mythical beasts that were around 3,000 years old. Among the 5 main tribes, the most ferocious tribe, the Juli tribe, had giant beast companions that were all ferocious beasts. Legend had it that they were the descendants of Chiyu. As for the other 4 main tribes, most of them had mythical beasts or neutral giant beasts as their companions. However, as the number of mythical beasts and neutral giant beasts was lower than that of the ferocious beasts, among the 5 main tribes, the Jili people were the strongest. The Tu tribe claimed to be the descendants of the Huang Emperor. Other than the Jili people, they had the highest status among the 4 main tribes. However, the Tu tribe had not produced a powerful hero for many generations. Therefore, this situation was gradually changing. The Bai tribe, the Yu tribe, and the Hua tribe were all developing rapidly. Their overall abilities were no weaker than the ferocious beasts. The Jili people were a very aggressive tribe. Moreover, they seemed to have obtained the approval of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, they would often wage war against the other 4 main tribes. Moreover, once the war started, there would be no casualties. As long as the Jili people won, they would definitely kill all the captives or the injured. In order to resist the invasion of the Jili people, the other 4 tribes had no choice but to unite. Naturally, their combined strength was very strong. After many years of war, they finally forced the Jili people to the west of the Yan Huang land. Peace had been maintained for several decades. In order to strengthen themselves and prevent the Jili people from making a comeback, the 4 main tribes developed the martial arts competition that Bagu had mentioned. The winner of the martial arts competition that Bagu mentioned would be held once a year. The winner of the martial arts competition would be respected by the 4 main tribes at the same time. He would be given the title of hero. At the same time, he would also receive many benefits. For example, the best weapons of the 4 main tribes would be given to this hero to use. After winning a championship, he would not be allowed to participate in future competitions. The most important condition to participate in the competition was to have a ferocious beast as a companion. Under the continuous development of the 4 main tribes, the Jili people did not dare to act rashly. After all, the overall strength of the 4 main tribes was something that the Jili people could not compare to. After dinner, Bagu immediately left. He originally belonged to the largest tribe of the Alpine Tu tribe. Perhaps it was because of the powerful strength that Chiyu had displayed. Tu Jie purposely found an empty cave for them to stay in. Before Chiyu entered the cave, he told Tu Jie not to disturb him before the torch festival began. He was going to train for a period of time. Actually, it was very dangerous for Chiyu to defeat Bagu today. That last grab almost exhausted all of his thundercloud force. After all, Bagu was not weak, and he had the help of the Black Tiger. If it was not for the effect of Kirin's wrath, Chiyu might really have to rely on the deep-sea nether snake's ability to defeat him. Therefore, after the battle with Bagu, he could not wait to recover his strength as soon as possible. Previously, there was always the possibility of the Chaos King appearing in the primeval forest. However, that situation did not exist anymore. In the territory of the Tu tribe, he could also train for a period of time in peace. Wen Ting and Snow Girl naturally did not object. In this era that they did not understand, the 3 of them had the same desire for strength. The deep-sea nether snake and Chiyu entered the cave at the same time. The cave was not big, so its huge body had to shrink. Just like when it first came to this era in the primeval forest, it blocked the entrance of the cave with its huge body to protect Chiyu and the other 2. The 3 of them and the snake began to train at the same time. This time, there was a change in Chiyu's training method. Before coming to the Tu tribe, Chiyu discovered that because his body had been modified by the source of nature, his potential could be said to be infinite, or in other words, it would never decrease. As long as his potential was damaged, nature's energy would naturally be replenished. This gave him a new training idea, and that was the Great Sea Kirin's ascending cloud technique. The biggest drawback of the Great Sea Kirin's ascending cloud technique was that it overdrew one's potential to train. Once one's potential was overdrawn, it would affect further improvement in the future. At the same time, while the creation's network's potential was consumed, its strength would also decrease for a period of time. However, after becoming the source of nature, this problem obviously no longer existed. After some testing, Chiyu found that his judgment was very correct. With the help of the Great Sea Kirin's ascending cloud technique, he was confident that he could regain his original strength as soon as possible. At the same time, while using the Great Sea Kirin's ascending cloud technique, Chiyu had already begun to try to absorb the energy of the Blue Sea Thunder Pearl and the Golden-Winged Eagle NEI pill. The benefits brought about by the body modification were gradually coming into play. It was not a simple change in energy, but the entire body's adaptation to the energy. Chiyu increasingly felt that his meridians were very strong. Even if it exploded in his body, he wouldn't be in any danger. With these discoveries, he was even more eager to use this period of peace to train. No matter how good the conditions were, if he didn't put in the effort, there wouldn't be any results. The few days before the Torch Festival was obviously the best time. Time flew by in the midst of training. Chiyu and the other two hadn't come out since they entered the cave. Originally, the Torch Festival was supposed to be held 5 days later, but due to the sudden rainstorm, it was postponed for another 8 days. Therefore, Chiyu and the other two had been training in the cave for a full 13 days. They were then informed by Jie that they were going to participate in the Torch Festival. When Chiyu walked out of the cave, he couldn't help but feel like he had been reincarnated. Looking at him, Jie also noticed many differences. Chiyu's skin looked more lustrous, and there was even a layer of lustrous light. His aura was also obviously different from before he started training. It felt as if he had become more stable. His bones hadn't changed, but the lines of his muscles had become more coordinated. On the surface, he didn't seem to be much different from before, just like an ordinary person. But if one were to observe carefully, they would be able to discover that there was an invisible aura about him, which was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. Big brother Jie, don't you recognize me? Chiyu smiled. Jie laughed and said, Indeed, I don't recognize you anymore. Brother, it seems that you didn't eat for the past 10 days, but instead gained a lot of benefits. Chiyu smiled slightly and said, You can say that. I can only say that I got back some of the things that I originally had. Jie said, All right, come on, it's time for lunch. Oh, by the way, the attire of your group is really strange. The Torch Festival is a joint event of the Alpine Earth Tribe and even the entire Earth Tribe. I think it's better for you to change into our attire so that you won't easily attract attention. As for your 2 wives, I think the Genesis Network should try to cover their faces as much as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that things like what happened to Bago will not happen again. After all, among the Alpine Earth Tribe, there are already 15 warriors who have giant beasts as their partners. I am one. Bago is another, and there's also our chief. As for the other 12, most of them are chiefs of various tribes or rising stars. Chiyu knew that Jie meant well, so he nodded and said, All right, we'll listen to your arrangements. Wen Ting said, Chiyu, I want to take a bath. I haven't taken a bath since I came here. Due to their powerful energy, they wouldn't secrete too much sweat, but there was still dust in the air. As girls, whether it was Wen Ting or Snow Girl, they had a strong desire to take a bath. Chiyu smiled and said, I'm afraid that's difficult. Where can I find water for you to take a bath in this mountain? Jie, who was at the side, said, That's not difficult. The water we drink is the sweetest spring water. There's a group of waterfalls 2 mountains away from here. That's the main source of water for our Alpine Earth tribe. You can go there tonight. There's no one there at night, so you can take a bath there." Chi-Yu was overjoyed. He also wanted to take a bath. He smiled and said, "Big brother Tu-Jia, thank you." After lunch, the three of them continued to cultivate until nighttime. Perhaps it was because of the temptation of bathing. The three of them woke up from their cultivation state at almost the same time. When Ting said, excitedly, "I can finally take a bath. If I don't take a bath now, I'm afraid I'll die of filth before we get back." At this moment, she looked more like a little girl. Chi-Yu laughed and said, "I've never heard of anyone dying of filth." When Ting glared at him and said, "All right, let's go. I can't wait." Although Snow Girl didn't say anything, but from her expression, it could be seen that she was also very eager to take a bath. The three said goodbye to Tu-Jia, and after a simple meal, they quietly left the Alpine Earth tribe. According to Tu-Jia's directions, they headed towards the waterfall. After Chi-Yu and the others left, Tu-Jia also began to arrange for his tribesmen to pack their luggage. They brought all kinds of food that had been prepared in advance, and were ready to set off the next morning. These Alpine Earth tribe people usually didn't have many entertainment activities, so the Torch Festival was their biggest celebration. It was an annual event. During the Torch Festival, not only could everyone eat and drink to their heart's content, but it was also a time for the Alpine Earth tribe people to court each other. As long as both parties liked each other, the parents couldn't stop them, and the woman could directly return to the tribe with the man to get married. Their way of getting married was very simple. Directly consummating the marriage ceremony was considered to be a marriage. There was no complicated process like in the future. Therefore, the Torch Festival was very important to the entire Alpine Earth tribe. Of course, if two men liked the same woman at the same time, they could use a duel to fight for the woman they loved. Even if the woman had already chosen one of them, the chosen man would still have to accept the challenge. This was the principle of survival of the fittest. The Alpine Earth tribe people believed that under this principle, their people would become stronger and stronger. Chi-Yu brought Wen-Ting and Snow Girl to the waterfall at the fastest speed. Tu-Jia was right. This was a group of waterfalls. Before they crossed the second mountain, they could already hear the faint rumbling of water. The most excited one was the deep-sea nether snake. As a water beast, its desire for water was very strong. However, before they came here, Chi-Yu had already warned it that this was the main water source of the Alpine Earth tribe. It was not allowed to absorb all the water elements in it. Otherwise, how would the Alpine Earth tribe drink water in the future? Finally, they arrived at the top of the mountain. Although it was night, the three of them and the snake could still clearly see the huge waterfalls with their extraordinary eyesight. The waterfalls brought them a sense of joy. Chi smiled and said, "Let's go take a bath together." When Ting blushed and said, "You're so annoying. You stay here and guard. I'll go take a bath with Snow Girl. After we're done, you and Brother Nether Snake can go. Remember, don't peek. My mental power is very sensitive. Besides, our minds are connected. As long as you come near us, I'll be immediately alerted." Chi smiled and said, "You don't have to be like a thief. After all, our relationship has been confirmed. Even if we take a bath together, it's not a big deal. And Snow Girl is my daughter. What's there to be afraid of when I help my daughter take a bath?" These days, Snow Girl did not riot again. Chi-Yu's wariness towards her had almost disappeared. He couldn't help but tease her a little. Snow Girl snorted and said, "Whatever you say, but if I find you, there will only be one result." As she said this, she jumped into the waterfall. Chi-Yu asked loudly, "What's the result?" Snow Girl's voice came from afar. "I'll freeze your D**CK off." Ah! Chi-Yu opened his mouth wide and was speechless. Wen-Ting had already bent down with laughter. Her delicate body swayed slightly, and she followed behind Snow Girl and jumped into the waterfall below. Chi-Yu shook his head helplessly and said to himself, "What kind of world is this? How did women become so tough? Native girls are still the best. They work hard without complaint and are so simple. There won't be a situation where their little dicks are frozen." As he said that, he subconsciously touched his lower body. The deep-sea nether snake said disdainfully, "Speak louder. If Wen-Ting can hear you, you'll be lucky." Chi-Yu snorted and said, "In your dreams. It's impossible to stir up our relationship." The deep-sea nether snake smiled and said, "Husband and wife. I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Stop dreaming." Chi-Yu said proudly, "It's only a matter of time. Our relationship is very strong." While Chi-Yu and the deep-sea nether snake were talking, he suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation on the creation's network. He was shocked to see two figures, one red and one blue, flying up like lightning. The red figure jumped up with the help of some protruding stones in the waterfall, while the blue figure flew directly. Chi-Yu was dumbfounded as he said, "It can't be. Did they really hear it?" Just when Chi-Yu was surprised, he suddenly saw a huge white figure chasing after Wen-Ting and the Snow Girl. As its huge body rose, the waterfall rolled up. It was not just one waterfall, but all the waterfalls. How much energy was needed to make the waterfall roll up? Subconsciously, Chi-Yu immediately mobilized his thundercloud force. A layer of silver energy was emitted from his body. He turned his right hand, and the silver horn that he got from the green phosphorus tree splitting lizard appeared in his palm. At the same time, the Kirin mirror that was hidden in his left forearm also appeared in the surging energy. The 9 big heads of the deep-sea nether snake stiffened at this moment. It cried out involuntarily, "White snake!" Chapter 121. The deep-sea nether snake said in surprise, "Look carefully. It's really the white snake that I've only seen in my dreams." At this time, Wen-Ting and Snow Girl had already rushed up. As the huge figure got closer, Chi noticed that it was a huge white python. No, it was not a python, but a white snake. Compared to a snake, its body was thicker, and it had a single horn on its head. The snake's head looked a little weird, and its whole body was covered with white scales. Against the backdrop of the waterfall, this huge white snake was definitely more than 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank. It was about the same size as the deep-sea nether snake at its best, just a little smaller. The surging energy aura shocked Chi-Yu. He subconsciously dodged to the side of the deep-sea nether snake. He could faintly feel that this huge white snake had at least 6,000 years of cultivation. Wen-Ting and Snow Girl were obviously frightened to a certain extent. Their clothes were wet and completely stuck to their skin. All the curves on their bodies were very obvious. Chi-Yu swallowed his saliva when he saw this. However, he did not have time to eat too much ice cream at this time. He immediately called the 2 girls and retreated at the same time. The white snake was obviously a giant beast with water attributes. Judging from its aura, it should belong to the ferocious beast camp. When fighting against such a ferocious beast, it was naturally better to stay away from the water. The huge white snake's body actually rose above the surface of the cliff with the help of the waterfall. What was amazing was that the condensed water from the waterfall did not disperse, but still supported its huge body. Chi-Yu and the other 2 retreated, but the deep-sea nether snake had no intention of retreating. Its 9 heads were all quietly standing there, looking at the 100 snakes attentively. Its eyes looked very gentle. This was the first time that Chi-Yu saw the deep-sea nether snake showing such eyes. When the white snake saw the deep-sea nether snake, it was startled. It glared at him fiercely and let out a low roar like that of a cow. The deep-sea nether snake's huge body shook slightly, and only then did he wake up. His huge body did not retreat, but instead moved forward, swimming directly to the edge of the cliff. A faint black and blue light rose around his body like a mist, and his huge body gradually expanded with the appearance of energy, revealing his true form. 1 snake, 1 dragon, One huge body, one on the water, one on the edge of the cliff. They just stared at each other. Perhaps Baisei felt the power of the deep-sea nether snake, especially when she saw that he had 9 heads. She unconsciously raised her energy, and the waterfall below her also turned white. A mental message was transmitted from the white Jiao's gigantic head. Its horn had become the source of the mental energy. The deep-sea nether snake and Chiyu all received its mental waves, as if asking why they were invading its territory. The deep-sea nether snake stuttered a little. "Hello, white lady." To Chiyu's surprise, the white snake also spoke the human language. "What white lady? You are the deep-sea nether snake? What are you doing on land instead of in the sea? Are you trying to steal our land's territory?" It was obvious that she was still very wary of the deep-sea nether serpent. The deep-sea nether snake's 9 big heads shook together. "No, of course not. How could I come and rob the territory of your land? White lady, you are the white lady in my heart. I don't know how many times I have dreamed of you, but finally I can see you. You are so beautiful. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Chiyu looked at the deep-sea nether snake, stunned, and thought to himself, "No way, this thing chose to go into heat at this time? Is there something wrong with its brain?" Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh, because he suddenly had a vicious thought. If the white flood dragon replied to the deep-sea nether snake, "Actually, I am a man," what would the deep-sea nether snake's reaction be? However, to Chiyu's surprise, after listening to the deep-sea nether snake's words, the white flood dragon's fierce aura disappeared. Her voice seemed a little hesitant and shy. "Is what you said true?" The deep-sea nether snake hurriedly said, Of course it's true. I never lie. You are really beautiful. You are so pure. Ah, you are simply a goddess in my heart. We don't have the slightest malice here. It's just that my friend wants to come here to take a bath. You are really beautiful. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. It is the greatest honor of my life to be able to meet you here. I don't know if I can get to know the white snake in my heart. I really hope to be able to become friends with you." Chiyu whispered in Wenting's ear, "That works too. Are all ferocious beasts so easy to pursue?" Wenting chuckled and said, "Why not? Their feelings are very pure. Ferocious beasts are different from each other. As far as I know, whether it is a mythological beast or a ferocious beast, when choosing a partner, females generally look at whether the other party is strong enough and whether he treats them well. If the feeling is very good, it is very easy to fall in love at first sight. I think that the beautiful white flood dragon is a little interested in the deep-sea nether snake. Its 9 big heads played a little role. Chiyu, where are your eyes looking at? Do you want to die?" Chiyu quickly turned his eyes from Wenting to the white flood dragon and the deep-sea nether snake. "Ah, what did you say?" Wenting glared at him fiercely. Her small hand quietly pinched his arm. Chiyu's face couldn't help but become stiff. The silver horn in his hand and the Kirin mirror disappeared at the same time. It was not because Wenting was too ruthless, but mainly because he felt that he couldn't fight with the white flood dragon. The white flood dragon said hesitantly, "No, I'm sorry, I can't be friends with you." The deep-sea nether snake seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Its voice was full of sadness. "Why? Why can't you give me a chance? Is it because I am not handsome enough? Or is it because I am not strong enough? No, it's not like that." The white flood dragon was a little silent. Even the water under it began to fluctuate. "Then why? Even if you sentence me to death, you have to let me die knowing the reason," the deep-sea nether snake said excitedly. The white flood dragon hesitated for a moment, then said, "Don't misunderstand. Thank you for saying that I am beautiful. However, the deep-sea nether snake race is a fierce beast, and we python dragon flood dragons are mythical beasts. We belong to different camps, and we will not be happy together. I can't give up my people for you, so I can't be your friend." The deep-sea nether snake did not give in. What if, and I mean what if, I am willing to give up my people to be with you? The white flood dragon's body shook violently. The way it looked at the deep sea nether snake suddenly changed. You, what did you say? You are willing to give up your people? But we've only just met once. Is it worth it? It's worth it. For me, it's absolutely worth it. The deep sea nether snake said affectionately, Do you know? I have been looking for you in this world for tens of thousands of years. I have always wanted to find you, the white snake in my heart. I beg you, promise me. I won't force you to do anything. I just hope to be friends with you first. If you encounter any resistance from your family, I will definitely stand in your position. I beg you, promise me, okay? I have never asked for anything in my life, but today, for my future happiness, I beg you to give me a chance. At this time, Chi was no longer in the mood to make fun of the deep-sea nether snake. He could really feel the deep-sea nether snake's heartfelt feelings. Although the confession of love at first sight was so naked, even he could not help but be moved by the atmosphere at this time. When Ting touched Chi and said with a choked voice, Look at Big Brother Nether Snake. He is willing to give up everything for his beloved. His love is so sincere. Chi hugged Wen Ting's slender waist, looked at her affectionately and said, What Big Brother Nether Snake can do, I can do the same. For you, I am even willing to give up my life. Chi Yu's words could not help but evoke Wen Ting's memories of when he used the ultimate Kirin's arm. Her eyes suddenly became gentle, and she quietly leaned on Chi Yu's shoulder. Her eyes were full of happiness. At this time, she had completely forgotten that she still had two rivals in love. In her heart, as long as Chi Yu still loved her, it was enough. Snow Girl stood behind the two and looked at them silently. Unconsciously, she had lowered her head and quietly played with the corner of her clothes. The white flood dragon looked at the 18 snake eyes that were staring at him deeply. He was still a little hesitant. Should I really believe you? The deep-sea nether snake was obviously a little anxious. Of course you should believe me. If you need it, I am willing to take out my snake gallbladder to let you see if I am sincere to you. No, but as a mythological beast, my family is very strict. I am afraid that my parents will not be able to accept you. Moreover, the deep-sea nether snake clan is an important force in the dire beast realm. If you betray your clan, will your clansmen let you go? So what if they don't let me go? As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to hurt Big Brother Nether Snake. As he said this, Chi Yu took Wen Ting's hand and walked up. The white flood dragon's eyes fell on Chi Yu, and he suddenly became a little more vigilant. He tentatively asked, Are you human? Chi Yu smiled indifferently, shook his head, and said, No, I am not human. You don't need to worry about Big Brother Nether Snake's camp because it is already under my command. It has been separated from the dire beast camp and has long become a part of us mythological beasts. As he said this, he released his Kirin's aura without hiding it. Under Chi Yu's deliberate action, a black and silver shadow of Kirin appeared out of thin air and floated behind him. Kirin's aura naturally formed a suppressive force that filled the entire cliff. Suddenly feeling the Kirin aura released by Chi Yu, the white flood dragon suddenly turned pale with fright. Without hesitation, he controlled the water to send himself to the cliff. His huge body coiled together, his big head bowed, and he said respectfully, Greetings, respected king. Seeing that the white flood dragon was so respectful to him, Chi Yu was also a little surprised. He thought to himself, It seems that my identity as Kirin can only be used during the ancient giant beasts era. The white flood dragon was much more surprised than Chi Yu at this time. It was just like when the Chaos King saw Chi Yu show Kirin's aura. Ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds. Ink Kirin was still in human form. How powerful did that represent? At this time, she no longer had any doubts. It should be known that during the ancient giant beasts era, it was the greatest glory to be the King Kirin's messenger. In particular, becoming the most powerful ink Kirin messenger in the Kirin clan was the highest glory among the mythological beasts. Except for a few mythological beasts who could be on an equal footing with Kirin, ordinary mythological beasts were all proud of this. Chi Yu smiled slightly and said, "You don't have to be so polite, White Flood Dragon. With me vouching for Brother Nether Snake, you shouldn't have any doubts anymore, right?" The White Flood Dragon turned her head and looked shyly at the deep-sea Nether Snake. The deep-sea Nether Snake was looking at her eagerly. The huge White Flood Dragon finally nodded gently and said in a low voice, "With the king's guarantee, I naturally won't have any doubts anymore. Then let's be friends for now." "That's great." Because the deep-sea Nether Snake was overly excited, her huge body actually jumped up and directly came to the White Flood Dragon's side. Her 9 big heads gathered together and gently rubbed the White Flood Dragon's slender neck. Chi laughed and said, "Brother Nether Snake, is this considered inappropriate for children? Don't go too far. If you scare your white snake away, I won't be responsible." The Nether Snake said with some excitement, "Chi, my life is yours from now on. Thank you so much this time. If I have offended you when we first met, I apologize to you now. In the future, I will go through fire and water with you." Chi Yu smiled and said, "All right, I have long regarded you as my brother. This is what I should do. Didn't I promise you in the beginning? In fact, it was you who moved your white snake. Ha!" The White Flood Dragon looked very shy and quietly coiled there. When the deep-sea Nether Snake touched her, she would gently dodge, but not by much. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like she was half resisting and half accepting. Chi smiled and said, "White Snake, I will call you like this in the future. It is more convenient. Now, can my friend go and take a bath? Also, since this is your territory, the people of the Earth race should have often come to fetch water in the past. I didn't hear them say that you attacked them." The White Flood Dragon nodded and said, "We divine beasts have always been very friendly with humans, except for those descendants of Chi Yu. So, when these people of the Earth race come to fetch water, I don't care as long as they don't destroy the environment here. Just now, I suddenly felt the aura of a ferocious beast, so I launched an attack." As she said that, her gaze fell on Wenting. Chi Yu smiled and said, "This is my wife. You are right. She does have the bloodline of a ferocious beast. However, her other half is also Kirin's, so you don't have to worry." The White Flood Dragon said, "With the king here, I naturally won't doubt it. Then, please come with me. I will take you to take a bath." The deep-sea Nether Snake said, I also want to take a bath." The White Flood Dragon glanced at it and said in a low voice, "When the king's friend is done bathing, you and the king can come again." After saying that, she gestured for Wenting and Snow Girl to sit on her back, looked back at the deep-sea Nether Snake, and quickly went down the waterfall. Cool to death. Chi Yu, I love you." The deep-sea Nether Snake's 9 big heads rushed up at the same time. All of them wrapped around Chi Yu's body and lifted him up. "Cool your head. I will F***CK you. Put me down. I am not interested in you. I don't love you." Chi Yu said while laughing. The deep-sea Nether Snake was obviously in a very good mood. You know, the love I am talking about is not that kind of love. "Chi Yu, thank you so much for your help just now." Chi Yu said, "Brother Nether Snake, I have to remind you that you are now my servant. Even if I want to keep you here, I am afraid it will be very difficult, because you can't leave me too far. So, if you really want to win the White Flood Dragon's heart, I am afraid you will have to work hard to convince her to agree to go with you. Otherwise, there is nothing I can do." The deep-sea Nether Snake was stunned for a moment, then said, "That is indeed a problem. She has lived here for so long. Sometimes water element beasts are not willing to leave the water. What should I do? Chi Yu, quick, help me think of a way. As long as you help me think of a good way, I will teach you how to absorb the energy in the blue sea thunder bead." "What? You have a way to absorb the energy of the blue sea thunder bead?" Yu looked at it in surprise. The deep-sea nether snake said embarrassedly, "After all, it was originally mine. There are still some ways. Don't be angry. I didn't tell you before because it was for your own good. Although the blue sea thunder beads have a lot of energy, they only have two attributes, water and lightning, so they aren't suitable for you. It's better to use them to supplement your two attributes as your strength increases. But things are different now. Your body has become a source of nature. I've carefully examined your body, and as long as you can absorb the energy of the blue sea thunder bead and convert it through your body and the Qilin bead, you'll be able to evenly distribute the energy into your own cloud power. The 4 types of thundercloud force will be evenly distributed. There are still many blue sea thunder beads, with my previous cultivation, plus the energy brought by the perfect thunderstorm. At the very least, it will allow you to return to your previous peak state. The effect of using the Kirin ascending cloud technique is good, and you return to the level of 2 clouds in 13 days. But it is still far from the later stages. You don't know this, but the more you cultivate the Kirin thundercloud force, the more difficult it becomes. The method I taught you is also effective for the golden-winged eagle's NEI pill. After all, there's not much difference between its NEI pill and my blue sea thunder bead. With this energy and your own strength, I think it is possible for you to surpass 6 clouds. Yu suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and snorted. Are you tempting me? If I don't help you, will you not tell me the method? The deep-sea nether snake said awkwardly, No, of course not. Even if you don't help me, I was going to tell you. It is only because you have just become the source of nature, and you need to adapt to your new body. I also need to fully feel the condition of your body to see if it can withstand such a huge impact of energy. That is why I didn't tell you until now. I am doing this for your own good. Yu, I'm begging you. You must help your brother this time. In my life, my biggest wish is to marry the white snake. As long as you help me fulfill this wish, I will listen to everything you say in the future. As long as I know, I will tell you everything you want to know. I promise I will not hide anything from you. A smile appeared at the corner of Chiyu's mouth and said, Well, I will help you, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed. The deep-sea nether snake was overjoyed. You will definitely succeed. She was so respectful to you just now. Your words will definitely carry more weight than mine. A faint smile appeared in Chiyu's eyes, and he said, Wait for us to finish bathing. I will try my best to help you. Waiting for a woman to take a bath was definitely a very painful thing. Perhaps it was because Wen-Ting and Snow Girl had not taken a bath for a long time. When one of them took a bath, Chiyu and the deep-sea nether snake had to wait anxiously for 2 hours. However, when Wen-Ting and Snow Girl returned to the cliff again, Chiyu could not lose his temper at all. At this time, the Snow Girl looked as pure and clear as a water lotus. She was still wearing the original white dress, but the dress had obviously been washed and dried by Wen-Ting's fire energy before coming up. Her long hair was wet and hanging down her back, and her originally pale face had a faint blush. The look of Wen-Ting also shocked Chiyu. She was already beautiful, but after taking a bath, her pretty face became rosy. It felt as if her whole body was exuding a faint fragrance. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Looking at Chiyu's somewhat dull look, she could not help but laugh. Suddenly, the world seemed to be filled with this stunning smile. At this moment, in Chiyu's heart, Wen-Ting had been completely promoted to the perfect level. Seeing this made him feel thirsty, and he had already begun to think about when to execute Wen-Ting on the spot. Okay, you guys go and take a bath. You're not in a hurry, right? Wen-Ting said. Chiyu hurriedly shook his head and said, No hurry, of course not. Waiting for the ladies is what we should do. The deep-sea nether snake said with some dissatisfaction, You're not in a hurry, but I'm dying of anxiety. Let's go down quickly. As he said that, he rushed down the waterfall. Chiyu went to Wen-Ting's side and kissed her fragrant, pretty face. Then he jumped down with the deep-sea nether snake. After taking a bath, he suddenly felt much more comfortable. Rather than saying that Chi-Yu and the deep-sea nether snake went to take a bath together, it was better to say that he went to take a bath alone. As soon as he got down, the deep-sea nether snake immediately drove Chi-Yu to another waterfall on the side. It said that it was afraid that Chi-Yu's figure would make its lovely white lady grow a needle eye. Then it and the white lady played in the lake under the largest waterfall. At this time, the deep-sea nether snake seemed to have forgotten all its troubles. Its 18 snake eyes were full of joy. Chi-Yu did not disturb them. After taking a bath, he said goodbye to the deep-sea nether snake and returned to the cliff. There were still clothes in his Kirin Pearl. At this time, he had changed into a set of clean clothes. Although it was an ordinary pair of jeans and a shirt, after taking a bath, it felt that his ordinary face had become handsome, especially under the influence of the source of nature. Chi-Yu's temperament had changed to a certain extent, and he felt a little more elegant. If it were not for the deep-sea nether snake thinking that Chi-Yu would help it persuade the white lady, it might not be willing to come up. After all, it had not swum in the water for a long time. What's more, now that its beloved white lady was accompanying it, how could it be willing to leave the cool lake? However, for the sake of its long-term happiness, it still returned to the shore with the white lady reluctantly, only a little later than Chi-Yu. The white lady looked at the crowd and said, "Are you leaving?" She also knew very well that since the deep-sea nether snake was Chi-Yu's servant, it was impossible for it to leave him. When she asked this question, her eyes were obviously a little sad, and her ruby-like eyes were always staring at the deep-sea nether snake. The deep-sea nether snake said, "White lady, can you go with us? We have just become friends, and I really don't want to be separated from you." The white lady shook her head slightly and said, "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to, but I have lived here for a long time. This is my home, and I don't want to leave my home. If you are still free in the future, you can come here to see me." Although she was also very fond of the deep-sea nether snake, after all, they had just met. After thinking about it, she decided not to leave with the deep-sea nether snake. Hearing the white lady's answer, the deep-sea nether snake could not help but feel anxious. It looked at Chi-Yu with a pleading look, full of expectation. Chi-Yu smiled slightly and stopped in front of the white lady. He said, "White lady, I want to ask you a question. How many years of cultivation do you have now?" The white lady said respectfully, "Respected King Kirin, I have been cultivating in this water for more than 9,800 years. It won't be long before I can enter the 10,000-year realm. At that time, I will no longer be restricted by the water and can leave here like my parents and travel between heaven and earth." The deep-sea nether snake said, "White lady and I are both giant beasts of the water attribute, and we are both snakes. Our situation is basically the same. What we will transform into is a boa dragon." At this time, he could also understand why the white lady was unwilling to leave with them. After cultivating for more than 9,000 years, she was about to transform into a dragon and become a superior divine beast. How would she dare to leave her territory so easily? After all, the outside world was dangerous. Whether it was a ferocious beast or a divine beast, when approaching the 10,000-year realm, they would become the target of the enemy's masters. Once they were discovered, they would definitely destroy them. Therefore, the white lady did not dare to leave her territory. Chi-Yu said confidently, "White lady, I think there are only 2 reasons why you don't want to leave with us. One is that you don't want to leave your territory, and the other is that you are afraid of encountering danger and not being able to enter the 10,000-year realm and transform into a dragon. Am I right?" The white lady glanced at the deep-sea nether snake beside her and nodded subconsciously. Chi-Yu said, "I can't compensate you for your feelings for your territory. After all, this is the water you have lived in for many years. However, when you transform into a dragon in the future, you will also have to leave this place. Leaving now is just a little earlier. As for your safety, I can guarantee you that as long as the deep-sea nether snake is still alive, and I am still here, I will not let any ferocious beast destroy your cultivation. I wonder if you can leave with us with peace of mind?" The White Lady was still a little hesitant. She said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, since you have said so, I should not refuse. However, I am still a little worried. My cultivation has exceeded 9,000 years, and the range of my aura is very large. It is easy to bring you a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ferocious beasts are almost everywhere. I don't want to bring you trouble because of me." Chi-Yu smiled slightly and said, "I have already considered this problem. White Lady, how about this? If you are willing, I can let you be the same as Big Brother Deep Sea Nether Snake. Although this will have some restrictions on you. When I successfully improve to a certain level, you can still regain your freedom." The White Lady looked at Chi-Yu in surprise. "King Kirin, you mean you are willing to accept me as your servant?" It should be known that becoming the servant of Kirin, especially Ink Kirin, was definitely the highest honor for middle and lower divine beasts. Even some high-level divine beasts were very willing to become Kirin's servant. First of all, with Kirin's protection, they could concentrate more on their cultivation. Secondly, under the influence of Kirin's aura, it was very beneficial to improve their strength. Although they needed to serve Kirin for a period of time, Kirin himself was the king of divine beasts. Serving Kirin would only be an honor for them. The deep-sea nether snake let out a long sigh. It turned out that Chi-Yu had such a method. No wonder he had promised it just now. No matter if it was ominous beasts, divine beasts, or neutral beasts, they were generally divided into 3 levels based on their abilities: upper, middle, and lower. Some ominous beasts were born as upper divine beasts. For example, Kirin was a top divine beast among upper divine beasts. There were also phoenixes and so on. Among ominous beasts like Chaos were also born as upper divine beasts. The strength of upper divine beasts was very strong. As they cultivated, their strength would become stronger and stronger, far surpassing that of middle and lower divine beasts. Some giant beasts were born as lower or middle divine beasts, but this was not absolute. As they cultivated diligently, not only could their strength improve, but their level would also increase correspondingly. For example, when lower divine beasts cultivated for 10,000 years, they could be promoted to middle divine beasts, and when middle divine beasts cultivated for 10,000 years, they could be promoted to upper divine beasts. The upper, middle, and lower divine beasts on the whole had different development potentials.